What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout, for another stream, another cool stream. And we're going to do something a little bit different today. I don't actually know how we're going to do it, and I don't know if we can do it, but we're going to give it a little bit of an explore. Um, I want to see if I can get rid of some of my limited cards on Sorare, and I want to see if I can sell them, get some money together from the sale, and put that money towards another purchase of a Pookie ball on Pookie, because the returns on Pookie right now are silly. They're silly good. They are so good. And if you are thinking to yourself, well, why are we talking about that? I sent a little tweet out earlier this morning before we went live, and also thank you to Sai, man. Thank you to Sai Anton for the 8 month sub. Massively appreciate it. I really do. So thank you for the support. I've been playing. You guys know I've been playing Pookie for the past 6 months. I've been playing Sorare for the past 2.5 years, right? And I love both the games. I like Sorare. I like Pookie. On the screen right now, in case you are new to the channel and new to the stream, this is Sorare. And I'm going to give you the link for Sorare right now. So the link for that is in the chat right there. So if you are completely unfamiliar with Sorare, Sorare is a fantasy sports digital card game. And the name of this game is to collect cards of your favorite footballers or basketball players or baseball players, because there's 3 sports in the game. And you then put together lineups with those cards that you've collected, and you enter competitions every game week. There's 2 game weeks per week in Sorare, and you try to score the most amount of points based on how those players have done in real life, right? And if you can score really high and get into the prize positions, then you can win cards, you can win cash, you can win match tickets, you can win merchandise. There's so many cool things you can win, right? It's a very cool game, very fun, and you can play for free. If you use that link, you get up to £20 credit to start buying cards, right? The slight problem with Sorare that they are kind of sorting out is that the rewards on Sorare haven't been so rewarding of late. So there's a very kind of twisted reality to Sorare's rewards structure now, where the cards don't really seem to be worth a huge amount. They've been declining in value for quite a while. That means that the best scoring players in the game have become more affordable. So more and more people can run teams with better players in them. But that means then that the competitions are more competitive to play in, more competitive to win in. But because the prices are coming down on the cards, right, it then means that you're having to work 2, 3, 4 times harder to win a card reward that is worth, in many cases, 3 or 4 times less than what it would have been, say, like a year ago or something. And so you can kind of almost just put in so much, and you feel like you get so little out. And it's been like a complaint, and it's been a common complaint amongst a lot of Sorare managers for a long time, that basically the users and managers are saying to Sorare, it doesn't feel that rewarding at the moment. It feels like we're not, we're putting a lot in, we're not getting a lot out. What we win doesn't seem to stack up with the time and energy that's been put into scouting players and building lineups. And that's what it should be about. It should be like, you put the time in, you scout, you might find that really cool player that then does really good, but then he ends up winning you like a card that's not really worth much, or maybe a player you can't really use, or that's not really playing. And then that's okay. But then you might think, okay, I don't want to have that player. I prefer to have the cash. And then you try and sell them, and it's actually quite difficult at the moment to sell. So, a lot of people have been complaining about it. Sorare is going to be changing the rewards soon. At the moment, I'm also playing another game, and I've been playing this Pookie game for the past 6 months, and I'm having so much fun playing it, and the returns on it are stupid. They're so good. I sent a message out earlier today, and and I'm not kidding. I'm absolutely not kidding, right? This is not the first time that we have done this. We are doing this regularly, like every week, it seems now, where I've just, and this is Pooky, by the way. So if you don't know Pooky, then this is the game. It's a fantasy sports prediction game where you are predicting what you think the scores are going to be. And if you are accurate enough with your predictions, you win cash, you win money. And you don't need to get your predictions 100% correct. And I'm going to show you in a minute just how crazy good this game is in terms of rewards versus Sorare at the moment, which has been a real source of frustration. So kind of my plan today is to try and shift out more of my limited cards because I'm just not seeing, and I just don't think I am going to see the return on the limited cards in Sorare anymore. And I want to try and put that money into Pooky because at the moment on Pooky, like today, I won £20, right? And I'm going to show you it. You can see here, but I'm going to show you it right up here. I've won 32.61 Matic, right? The POC, if you don't know what the POC is the in-game currency, which you use to level up your Pokeballs, and the Pokeballs are what you need to have and you need to collect to to predict on games in Pooky. 32.61 Matic is about £20 on today's exchange rate, and I won it from 2 minutes of my time, no research, no effort at all, and all I simply done was I put the same score in for like every game. And anybody can do that. Anybody can do that in 2 minutes of your time, winning £20. On Sorare at the moment, on the limited, right? On the limited, rare is different and rare and above is different. On the limited, I can literally, and I have been spending like hours at times, and you'll see it on the stream, I've been spending like hours like looking into games, researching into them, building lineups, looking into the player stats, right? Trying to use Sorare data to give us an edge. And we could spend hours doing it, and we could basically come away with a 60p reward, which is kind of what's been happening. Whereas on Pooky at the moment, it's just insane that you can win £20 with like almost taking the piss out of the game. Like, when you're playing a video game and you kind of find like a bit of a bug or a glitch that allows you to skip like half the level or to go into the next level, like when you shouldn't be able to, or to one-shot the boss when you shouldn't be able to, right? Because you've been able to find a flaw. It kind of feels like that right now. It actually feels like we've discovered a cheat code in the game that allows us to win so much money on a regular basis. I'm not talking one-off. We're doing this weekly now, where we're winning like £10, £15, £20, and it's taking 2 minutes of our time, no research at all, and we are just putting in the same score for every game. And I'm going to show you right now, in case you're thinking, how is it possible? I'm going to show you so you can actually understand. It's ridiculous. I mean, if you're not playing it, let me give you the link. Here's the link in the chat. Use the link, right? You'll get a free Pokeball to start playing the game. You'll also get a ton of in-game currency, which, believe me, you're going to need because it's quite difficult to win the in-game currency, not the actual the money. The money is kind of quite easy. In fact, the money's easier to win than the in-game currency, to be honest with you. But use the link. You get a free Pokeball to start playing the game. You get tons of in-game currency when you buy your first Pokeball, and you get a discount off your first purchase with that link. So if you're going to give Pooky a try, use the link. Don't be silly. Don't not use the link because you won't get all that freebies. Use the link. It helps to support me, and it also helps you massively to get the best start in the game, right? I'm going to show you I'm going to show you what I done from the weekend, which has just happened, right? And it's so it's so bonkers. In fact, I could probably go back and show you what we've been doing, and I will do it, right? So look at this here, right? On the screen right now. Game week 59 is the game week which has just happened, right? On the weekend. And the way that it works on Pookie is that there are different leagues that you can predict in, right? And in each league, you can predict all the games that are happening in that league for that game week, right? So on the weekend that just happened, I entered the English League, which is the Premier League. I entered the Spanish League, which is the Liga. I entered the Italian League, which is the Serie A, right? Now, they don't have the official licenses, which is why they're not called Premier League and La Liga, but it's those leagues, right? And when you click in it, you'll see that these are actually the fixtures that are covered, okay? Now, look at this here, okay? Let's go back. Look at this here, right? English League completed, Spanish League completed, Italian League completed, right? The game week's finished, it's done, which is why we've now got these rewards sitting in our inbox, basically, waiting for us to claim. For the English League, I won 4.9 Matic, which is about £3, give or take, right? For the Spanish League, I won £2.84, 284 Matic, which is roughly about 150, something like that. And then for the Italian League, I won the most from the Italian League. I won 24.87 Matic, which is about sort of £17, give or take, right? So all of this together is around £20. And this is how I won it, right? You do not need to be an expert. You do not need to know football. You don't need to know anything to win on this game, which sounds bizarre to say. You can play this game like a complete idiot if you want to, because the great thing about Pookie is that when you're predicting on it, you are not predicting using money. You're not, say, if I go into the English League here, right? If I want to do a prediction for the Luton versus Chelsea game, I'm not having to put money down to say, I think it's going to be 2-1. I'm not having to put money down to say Aston Villa are going to beat Burnley 2-1. I'm not having to put money down on anything here to predict, right? It doesn't work like that. It works like that in traditional betting, right? But this is why Pookie's so cool, because Pookie is basically innovating a very uninnovative space where, rather than saying stake your money and if you get it right, you get a little bit of money back, or stake your money, if you get it wrong, you get nothing. Pookie is basically saying, buy a Pookie ball, right? So make an investment in a Pookie ball. They start from £20, so they're stupidly cheap, right? You only need one Pookie ball to start playing this game to win cash, right? To compete for the cash prizes. Once you have that Pookie ball, you get some energy with that Pookie ball, right? You get some energy anyway, but you get extra energy when you collect more Pookie balls. The energy allows you to predict, and you can make up to 10 predictions initially per game week, right? Because you get 100 energy, it costs 10 energy per game to predict. That's all it's costing you, right? It's costing you energy, which the game gives you every week. It's not costing you money, right? And this is the great thing about Pookie, and why I'm now going to be looking to take more money out of Sorare and shift it over to Pookie, is because Pookie actually rewards you for just experimenting. And there's almost no consequence for doing it, right? Because if you think about it, look at what I've done here, right? I know, and I knew, making this prediction for all of the games here, that they were not all going to be 2-1, because that's not the way it works, right? Not every game in a league is going to be the same score. But I put the same score of 2-1 in for every single game. No joke. Every single game was 2-1. This one here, funny enough, was 2-1 to the away team, but that was the only game where I'd done it slightly differently. And the bizarre thing here is that actually, if I just kept it 2-1 at home, I actually would have won even more, right? 2-1. So how is it possible that I'm winning money from getting so many of these predictions wrong, right? How does it work? Well, when you predict on Pookie, you don't need to get it exactly right? You don't need to. If you can get one score exactly correct or a couple of scores exactly correct, that is going to help your chances to place higher up in the leaderboard. But you can place in the leaderboard for the prizes without getting an exact score, right? Because the top 50%, so if there's 1,000 people that predict in a game week on the English League, 500 will win, 500 will not win anything. And I don't want to say they'll lose because they don't lose anything. The 500 that finish outside of the top 500 don't win money. The top 500 do. The bottom 500 that don't win anything, don't win any money, just simply go again the next game week. And they keep going again until they win money. And it's just absolutely brilliant that this game exists and that actually, it's funny, there's not as many people really talking about this game, which is I love things like that, because if people aren't talking about it, it's almost like it's a secret thing, right? It's a thing to get involved in before everyone starts to realize how freaking good it is. And I'm telling you guys to get involved in it because it's just so good. It's just so easy. And if you have been frustrated with not winning enough on Sorare, or maybe you've just been playing Sorare and you've not won anything at all, you should be playing this game and you should start playing it today. Give it a try for free and start off by literally just putting in the same score for every single game, right? The bizarre thing with this is that we actually spent hours, right? And I usually do spend hours and hours analyzing the games and looking into the stats and looking at the forms of the two teams, right? Looking at the odds of the matches, like to try and work out where the real opportunity lies. We spent hours analyzing the games, right? And we made some good returns analyzing the games. We really did. But we've also spent 2 minutes now, basically every week, spending 2 minutes just putting in the same score. And we are getting insane rewards for our 2 minutes. So here, 2-1 for every single game. We had one game where we got nothing at all, no points whatsoever. The other games, we got points of some kind. And then this one here, we got 100% all the points we could get from it, right? Let's skip to the next league that I predicted, okay? The Spanish League. Look at what I'd done for the Spanish League. Spanish League was a little bit different. I'd done no research here at all. I simply just put in whatever I thought came to my head, right? And this took about a minute to do, if that. I put 2-1 in here, 2-0, 2-1, 1-1, 2-1, 3-0, 1-1. No research. I just thought, let's just do whatever comes to my head, right? And it didn't actually work out that great. However, I got 2 exact scores from doing that. So I nailed the actual score just from almost just saying, whatever, I'll do whatever and see what happens, right? Just kind of like try my luck. So we got more correct scores here than we did on the Premier League. And we didn't spend any time researching the games. It's so nice and quick and easy to do. And again, the rewards that we got from it, 2.84 Matic, you might be thinking, well, £1.50 doesn't really sound like a lot. £1.50 from literally putting in whatever scores in a minute is a fantastic return versus the returns that we've been seeing on Sorare in Limited, where you can spend freaking hours or days planning lineups and come away with a 60p reward. And this is why kind of Sorare, they really need to fix it and they need to do it soon, because it just doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense to do so much for so little. And in a way, on Pookie at the moment, I've got to be honest with you, it almost feels like this doesn't make sense in the other way, where we can spend such little time and we can almost just be taking the piss, right? We can almost just be like, let's just do whatever, like without any thought at all, and just thinking, let's just have a bit of a laugh here and we could put in 4-4 for every single game, and we could actually come away and win some money just from putting 4-4 in every single game. And that in itself seems a bit weird. Like, how is that possible? But because it is possible, and because it is happening every week for me at the moment, and I know for a lot of you guys too, we should be reveling in it and we should be doing it more. This is the time to start committing a bit more into Pookie and to start actually playing it if you're not already playing it, because you'll wonder after playing it, why on earth have I only just started playing this now? And what on earth am I doing spending all the money that I have been spending on building limited teams, right? To try and get some good rewards there, where I could just spend the same money on Pookie and then end up actually winning money that could then get me a couple of limited teams and some, right? It's nuts. Let me show you the Italian League. Let me show the Italian League. After you max the free ball, you get some currency as a reward. Can you do anything with that? That's the POC tokens, I think, right? With the POC tokens, these POC tokens here, they are valuable. You need to use them to level up your Pokeballs and pay for the in-game costs of refilling the pressure on your Pokeball. So you do a lot with it, yeah. I have to agree. So this is from Bradford Jack. I went 2-0 every game in Spain and won 27 Matic this weekend. It just seems too easy at the moment. So Bradford Jack, he done exactly the same kind of strategy as me. He basically put the same score in for the Spanish League. He done 2-0 for every game in the Spanish League. He won 27 Matic, which is about £20 or so, right? That's freaking phenomenal. It's like robbing the bank. It's like robbing the bank and getting away with it scot-free. And no one's even looking for you after you've robbed the bank. And then you go back to the bank, the same bank that you robbed, the next week, and you rob it again. And you're almost just waving at them, saying, hi, it's me again. I'm here to collect the money. I need to make another withdrawal. It's brilliant. It's so brilliant. It's so good that I don't think it's actually going to last long term, as in like the game will last long term, but I don't think the current prize format of it will last long term. So you have to take advantage of it now, because honestly, it just seems so silly, but in a good way, that you can spend such little money, such little time, and come away with massive returns. And this is what I really want to show you guys, right? The Italian League. So this was the last league that I predicted in from the weekend, right? And this was a league that actually had a huge prize pool in it. It actually had the biggest share of the weekly prize pool. So if we could do well in this, then we would win a huge amount. But I didn't think we'd do well in it, right? Because it's the Italian League. And guess what we done for the Italian League? We predicted for every single game that it would be 3-2. Every single game, we said 3-2, which is a very unrealistic and very rare scoreline. It's a scoreline that you don't associate with the Italian Serie A whatsoever. So when I put it in, I thought, you know what? All we need to do is we just literally need to get one exact score of 3-2. And then if we can just get a couple of over 2.5 scorelines correct as well, we'll end up finishing really high. We'll end up finishing really high if we can just get 1-3-2. Because the 3-2 is so rare and so unusual that the odds for a 3-2 are going to be so high, which means that you're going to get more points for it. And lo and behold, look what happened. We put 3-2 in for every single game. We got one exact score, which is what we were hoping for. That gave us 650 points from just one game alone, right? the total amount of points that we got from the game week were 1,317. So half of our points came from this one game. We finished 25th. 25th, there were 1,045 entrants for the Italian League. And we literally took the piss. We took the piss. We didn't take this seriously at all. We said, let's just put in 3-2, because that, why not? It's going to take us a minute to do. Let's try our luck, right? Probably tons of other people who entered this competition spent the time to research the games and to kind of like look at the stats and look at, odds and forms. They probably spent a lot of time trying to put as many accurate predictions as possible. We spent 1 minute doing 3-2 and we finished 25th out of 1,045. And the result of that was that we won 24.87. And it's just so freaking good. So that's what we're going to be doing today. We can't make any more predictions on Pookie because we have to wait until tomorrow for our energy to refill. We don't have any more energy now to make more predictions. We are certainly, when we're going to make predictions for the next game week, right, we are certainly going to be doing exactly the same strategy. And this is honestly not the first time. I'm going to show you, right? Look at this, right? Look at this. We've been doing this kind of experimentation for the past 6 months, okay? On and off. Like 1 week, we might do all the same score. Then the next week, we'll do like proper predictions. And then like, maybe a few weeks later, we might go back to experiment again. But let me show you. For the last, I think, 3 or 4 game weeks now, we've been experimenting, right? We have not been spending any time researching. So this game week that's just happened, we won £20, right? The game week before, game week 58, we won about £8, okay? So 9.33 Matic here, and then 0.72. So we won about £8 there, right? If I click on the English League, what can you see on the screen again? 2-1, 2-1. Every single game for the Premier League was 2-1. That's what we predicted. And we won what, 9? We won 9.33 Matic, which was about £7, right? But it took us a minute to do. Insane, right? Then, I'll just go back again and show you. We also done exactly the same for the Italian League last week. So if I click on the Italian League, we done, look, 2-1. So it didn't really work out for us, like in the Italian League last week. It didn't. So it's not like it's a foolproof way to win money, because sometimes it's just not going to work, right? And here, it didn't work, but it kind of did, because we put 2-1 in again for every single game, right? Remember, you have to finish in the top 50%. Top 50% to win cash. We finished 383 out of 881, okay? So in order to finish in the top 50%, you need to finish in the top 440. We finished 383rd. So we won money again, even though we were shocking. We put 2-1 in. We had 1, 2, 3. We had 4 games where we got no points whatsoever. We didn't win any points at all. We didn't get any exact scores. And we still won about 50p from just putting 2-1 in from this league alone, right? But it gets even better, right? Just to show you that these are not one-offs, right? Just to show you. So that was the weekend before where we won like £8, right? This weekend that's just happened, we won about £20. The weekend before that, or the game week before that, sorry, game week 57, we won 2.68 here, 2.49, 12.56. So all in all, that's about £12, something like that. And then the game week before that, we won, what was it, 3.85, but we done some very different predictions. In fact, actually, I think for this one here, we actually tried to do our predictions like properly. I think for the English League, we did try and do them properly. Let's have a little look. Let's bring it up. To Pookie or not to Pookie? That is thy question. To Pookie. Definitely to Pookie. I started in July with a rare ball. So this is from Paolo. Why is it taking so long here? Let's just refresh that. I started in July with a rare ball that cost 100 euros. Last week, I withdrew my investment and kept a ball with 80% over 2.5. I spent 5 minutes per week, literally. It's brilliant to hear that. That the investment that you make, like you can recoup it so quickly on Pookie. Like it sounds like, oh, it can't be true. There's got to be some strings attached to it, right? Because if someone says to you, you can put like you put £80, or as Paolo did, you put like 100 euros into the game, right? And then you can kind of like you can get that money back within a few months really easily, and then you can be playing like basically risk-free, like stake-free. You've cashed out your original investment, and now you're just playing for free, effectively, and you're just winning money. If someone said that to you, you'd be like, nah, come on, like, you're pulling my leg. It can't be true. There's some kind of a catch, right? There is no catch here. There is no catch here. It is that. It is literally that. You can put money into the game, buy a Pokeball at whatever budget you feel comfortable with, and then you can just compete. And once you have the Pokeball, you own it, because it's a Web3 game, so you own it forever. As long as the game exists, well, even if the game didn't exist, you still own the Pokeball. You own it forever. But as long as the game's running, you can basically run in the competitions with your Pokeball, and you can win money on a weekly basis. You can really do that. And this was an example of where we tried to be really accurate with our predictions, right? A few game weeks back, look, December the 15th. And actually, all the time that we spent to be really accurate with our predictions, we did get 2 exact scores, but we didn't actually end up winning a huge amount. So it's just brilliant. I mean, I've been talking about this game for the past 6 months, and I know that when I talk about it, like we don't get the same numbers on the stream as we do when we're just talking about Sorare. Or sometimes if I mention Pookie on Twitter, it doesn't get the same level of engagement. And it boggles my mind. It boggles my mind, because this is a game where it requires literally no time or effort or energy to do, right? It's actually really fun, because if you just put in whatever scores you want, so let's say you put in all 0-0 scores, right? And all of a sudden, at the start of the game week, the first game of that game week is a 0-0. Then the second one is a 0-0. Trust me, you're going to be really excited following the next few games then in that league. You will be following that league a lot more than if you would be doing Sorare. I'm telling you now, that's what it is for me anyway. And it just sucks you in. It really does. So it's absolutely incredible. Who's not playing Pookie at the moment? And if you're not playing Pookie, then why are you not playing Pookie? I'd love to know. I would really love to know, because it's all very well me saying every week, this is how much I'm winning, and I'm winning it because I'm not really doing anything special. I'm just putting in the same scores. And obviously I talk about it on the stream as well. We try and explain how simple it is. And I know sometimes it can feel like, oh, it's too simple. It must not be like that. It really is like that. And I'd really love to know why, if you're not playing it, why you're not playing it, why you're not. So who's not playing Pookie still, and what has been the reluctance to play it? And when I go through and I tell you guys how much the game is making for me, and we're going to claim these rewards right now, £20 for basically nothing, surely when you see stuff like it's not a one-off, as I say, we're doing it weekly. I don't know why you wouldn't give this game a try. So yeah, let me know, like, who's not playing it at the moment. I was always skeptical about Sorare because of blockchain and crypto, as I know nothing about it. Sorare pulled me in as Ether was so well known. Can you explain Matic to me? Matic is basically the Polygon equivalent of ETH, right? So ETH is the native cryptocurrency on Ethereum, and Matic is the native cryptocurrency on Polygon, right? Which is a separate blockchain. So essentially, it's cryptocurrency that you can cash out to your bank and then use in the real world, as you can on Sorare, where if you win Ether, you can cash it out to your bank, and you can also just use that money in the real world as well. So it's essentially the same, just on a different blockchain. I remember during last summer when you made so much research for every game. I did. I really did. And I actually enjoy, that's the funny thing, I actually really enjoy like diving into the games and looking at the stats. I really enjoy it. I think it's so cool to kind of try and spot like the smart opportunities, right? But then when you spend hours doing that, and it does give you a sense of enjoyment, but you spend hours doing that, and then you kind of like, you maybe don't win, or you maybe win like a 1 Matic or 2 Matic or something, and then you spend 1 minute not doing any research at all and just putting in whatever scores, and you win 32.61 Matic or 20 Matic or whatever, right? The high amounts that we've been winning, it actually makes me think, well, as much as I love doing the research, I'm going to just keep doing the same score because it just makes sense versus the time that I'm putting into it, which is nothing, and then the returns that I'm getting, which is everything. I mean, for me to win £20 on Sorare in the limited scarcity, I don't remember the last time I'd done that. I don't remember the last time I won a limited card on Sorare that, like, in one game week that was worth £20. I don't. I mean, I'd have to go back and check, but I mean, even if I did win one, it wouldn't be worth that anymore. So it's absolutely nuts. It really is. It's crazy. I invested in one really expensive ball last year. I spend 5 minutes doing my picks, and then when my balance gets to $50 winnings, I withdraw to my wallet. Bradford Jack knows. Bradford Jack knows what this game's about and how to play this game. I love to hear this kind of story, that Bradford Jack is basically doing exactly the same as what we're doing, and he's profiting from it. He's profiting from it regularly. He said this weekend he put 2-0 in for every single game, 2-0. He ended up winning like 24 Matic, right, which is about £20 or so. He spends 5 minutes every game week doing his picks, right, which 5 minutes isn't a lot. And then he withdraws when he gets to $50. I'm pretty sure he's withdrawing regularly because it's easy. It sounds bizarre for me to say win money easily, because we all know, we've all seen these rug pull projects in the crypto and the Web3 space, and even outside of crypto and Web3. You know, you've heard about schemes. You know, someone says, "Oh, have you heard about this? You can make money really easily," and you're always like, "Yeah, come on, like I'm not an idiot, you know, like what's the real catch to it, and like what's the real deal to it? You know, am I gonna end up like losing all my money, or am I gonna end up in some sort of like pyramid scheme or whatever, right?" It's just so refreshing to actually say that this is legitimately a game that you can play with next to no investment whatsoever, financial investment, next to no time investment. And if you want to spend loads of money, you can. If you want to spend loads of time in this game, you can, but you don't need to. You can get away with playing this game with very little that you put in. And then what you get out is just mammoth in comparison. And it really feels like just printing money. Printing money, your own like bank at the moment, just printing money weekly. And it's so cool. And as this game grows, which I know it will, it's growing every day, every week, and it will continue to grow. As this game grows, the prize pool is growing every week, which then means that you can actually win even more each week if you do really well. It's brilliant. It's so brilliant. And what we're going to do in a minute, we are going to get the ball rolling on trying to get some of my limited cards out of the door. And it's going to be quite a challenge on Sorare to do, because they're not very high value, and a lot of them are also in the red. So I don't really want to sell my limiteds for like a loss. I want to try and sell the ones that I can for profit. We're going to honestly try and take as much of our limited commitment, our financial commitment on limited on Sorare. We're going to try and take as much of it out as we can. and whatever we can raise from it, we're going to then put into Pookie, because what I want to do, let's go onto my collection here. What I want to do, and this is the other beautiful thing about this game, right, is that on Pookie, let me bring up the marketplace, right? So right now you can buy a Pokeball. Okay, guys, this is the important thing. You can buy a Pokeball right now to start playing this game and winning money with me, because I'm winning money every week. And if you're not, then you should be playing Pookie, because you can win money every week on Pookie. You really can. I've shown that you can with no time, no effort, no research. You don't even need to know any football knowledge, right? You can predict on leagues you have no knowledge about, put the same score, and just see how you get on, right? And if you don't win, you don't lose anything, you just go again until you do win something, right? Now, the Pokeballs on Pookie, they are not available to buy all the time. On Sorare, there is like a constant flow of cards that they are minting every day that you can buy at the auctions, right? So there's auctions every day, there's cards, there's supply, new supply every day. On Pookie, they only do a drop once a week. Right now, there's 39 left, right? So they've been selling, I don't know, for close to a week now, whatever. The epic Pokeballs, which are the second strongest Pokeball, well, the third technically, as you can't actually buy. There's a mystic Pokeball which you can't see, but I'm going to explain how you can get a mystic. But at the moment, the epics have sold out, the legendaries have sold out. There are commons and rares available. Now, in my collection, I have two. No, I have. What do I have? I think I have. Yeah, okay. I have 3 common Pokeballs. So these 3 here, 1, 2, 3, and then I have 4 rare balls here, right? And my plan is to try. In fact, my plan is actually to sell the limited cards and then actually try and get another common Pokeball. You might be thinking to yourself, why would I do that to get another common Pokeball, right? Why not try and go for another rare one? There's a couple of reasons why. The first thing is I don't think we'll be able to sell the amount of limited cards that I need to be able to raise the money to be able to afford a rare, because the rares are $80, right? And I just know the market on Sorare, I'm going to struggle probably to raise like $20, let alone $80. It's just so difficult, as you guys know, to sell limited cards, especially right at the bottom end of limited cards. So that's one of the reasons we're going to be aiming to pick up a common Pokeball, right? Which is only about $20, which is really cheap when you think about how I've just won £20 and the common Pokeball is like $20. I mean, it's a no-brainer. The other reason, though, why I think I want to pick up another common is because there's a feature on Pookie, sorry, not Pokeball, there's a feature on Pookie called Ascension, okay? Now, Ascension's such a cool idea. It's a way for you to combine your lower level Pokeballs to then create a higher level Pokeball, right? So, when we go back here, ideally, I'd like to get another rare, okay? But as I say, I don't think we can sell enough limited cards on Sorare to be able to finance buying another rare. I just think we're going to struggle to raise $80 from the sales on Sorare. So, what we can do is if we buy another common Pokeball and then we max out 2 common Pokeballs, right? We can then combine them and then it will create an $80 rare ball. So rather than spending $80, we can basically spend $40 and then spend more time just grinding as almost like for free, grinding those balls, so leveling them up and using those balls. And we're going to save ourselves $40 because we're then going to create that higher level Pokeball, right? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I've been trying upsets in the past few weeks, and I'm probably won $1. Maybe it's just my luck. And surely it's bound to change. Yeah, I think so. You saw as well, I just showed that I done a game week where I done all the same scores, right? And I think this was for the Italian league, and I only won like 50p. So it didn't really work out for me there. But if you do the same scores regularly enough, and if you can tailor your Pokeballs for those same, so for example, right? This is really important. If you guys are listening to this, you're thinking, okay, how can I do the same scores and really make the most of the same scores, right? This is the important part to being successful at doing the same scores on Pookie, right? Let's go back to my collection. So I done the same score on the weekend for the Premier League and for the Italian League, right? And for the Premier League, I put just all the scores at 2-1. 2-1, right? For the Italian League, I put all the scores at 3-2. So both scores that I were predicting were over 2.5 goals. And in many cases, right, the predictions I was making was the home team winning and over 2.5, right? Now, in order for me to try and really maximize how much success I can get out of predicting the same score in a league, what you need to do, and what I needed to do, is I needed to use the right Pokeball that then plays to the strengths of that Pokeball and plays to the strengths of the prediction, okay? So if we're going to do over 2.5 predictions and all the same, doesn't matter what it is, could be 3-0, 4-0, 2-2, so we put all the games at 2-2 or all of them at 3, it doesn't matter. But if we're going to do all over 2.5, then it makes sense that we use a Pokeball that gives us the biggest points boost possible on an over 2.5 outcome, right? We don't want to use a Pokeball that is boosted more for an under 2.5 outcome, like a 0-0 or a 1-1, because you're predicting, say, 2-1 or 3-0. So we need the boost for over 2.5, not under 2.5 goals, right? So the great thing about Pookie is that when you start collecting Pokeballs, you can customize them and you can boost the attributes of your Pokeballs in certain specific ways. So let me show you this ball here. This is the ball. This is the Pokeball that we use to predict in the Premier League this weekend and the Italian Serie A, right? We use this ball here. The reason we use this ball is because I have boosted the score bonus that I'm going to get from this Pokeball. I have boosted the over 2.5 to give me an additional 53% bonus to my scoring. 53%. So again, it doesn't matter if I don't get it right at 2-1. Maybe I predict 2-1 and the game is like 4-3 or the game's 3-0 to someone. Because we've correctly predicted over 2.5, we're going to get an additional 53% from that alone, which is massive, absolutely massive, right? I've also boosted the home to 30%, which is quite high, but it's not probably as high as what I'd maybe like it to be. This was like one of my first ever rare Pokeballs. I think this was actually my first rare Pokeball in the game. And initially, because I was still new in the game, I actually thought that the good strategy was to do home, so boost the home, boost over 2.5, and maybe boost the score, the exact score of a match, right? Now, actually, it's kind of okay that I boosted score, home, and over 2.5. But if I hadn't put any points into score, and I had just put points into home and over 2.5, I'd be getting some monster points from, say, a strategy that we're doing here, where we're doing home and over 2.5, mainly. And it's just bonkers. So this is the key, is that if you're going to do the same score, then you need to make sure that you're using the right Pokeball. Now, you might only have one Pokeball to begin with. And so if you've only got one Pokeball, that's fine, right? That's fine. Just use that Pokeball, but then just use that Pokeball to its strengths. So if you have a Pokeball and you've been boosting that Pokeball for away, right? So maybe you've been thinking, okay, I want to use this Pokeball for my away predictions, right? Where I'm saying that the away team's going to win. Then just do all your predictions where you're saying that the away team will win, right? Or maybe you've boosted your Pokeball for like draw outcomes. Maybe you're trying to target 1-1s or 0-0s, right? If you've got a really big boost on a draw or a 0-0, just put 0-0 or 1-1 for every single game and try to take advantage of the strengths of your Pokeball, okay? And as I say, you're not going to get all of them right. You're going to get tons of them wrong. But the one that you do get right, and especially if you get it exactly right, you're then going to get the biggest boost you can from it because you've been using your Pokeball strengths to give you the best possible return. And that is going to help you massively to place really high up in the leaderboards and to get into the top 500 to then win money, right? If I show you another example, this ball here, this kind of blue and kind of like golden brown ball, this is also another rare ball that we've got. And this is a ball that I use for draw and under 2.5 outcomes, okay? So when I predict normally, and like if I look into a game and I think, okay, that game definitely looks like it's going to be a 0-0 or a low-scoring game because both the teams struggle to score, then I'll be using this Pokeball because then if there are under 2.5 goals scored, we're going to get an additional 40% boost to our scoring. And that type of boost is going to absolutely propel you further than other managers who are playing it, right? Other predictors of the game. We've also got this boosted for draw. So if you're usually doing, if you're usually boosting the under 2.5, it does make sense then to boost draw along with an under 2.5. Because if you think about it, under 2.5 outcomes are 0-0, 1-1, 1-0, 2-0, right? That's it. Those are the under 2.5 outcomes. So if you can target those with a draw, if there's 2 draw outcomes there out of the other 2 possible outcomes, then you're going to do good. Can't really follow the stream. Hello to Twisted Fortune. Just wanted to let you know that Incheon bought the goalkeeper for next season. Most probably will be the number 1, Lee Bum Soo. Oh, wow, cool. Thank you for letting us know. Really appreciate that. How does merging balls work? You max out 2 balls and then you just merge them. That's it. You max out 2 balls, you get them to the max level, and then it gives you an option to say ascend, which is merging them. And then when you merge them, you get to choose which is the ball that's going to convert from being, say, a rare to the higher level scarcity, which is the epic, right? So you say, like, maybe I want this one to keep the league and to keep the club. And so I say, keep this one as my ascended ball, and then basically discard the other one once you converted it. That's how it works. It's really simple. Really simple. So, should we start, guys? Should we start trying to sell our cards, our limited cards? So we can try and raise... actually, before we do that, let's claim our rewards first of all. We're going to claim £20, £20 from doing fuck all. I'm not kidding you. This is the easiest £20 you're ever going to win. It's so freaking easy. You just predict whatever. It takes you a minute to do, as I showed everyone live on the stream last week. I'd done it live on the stream. I said, let's put all this at 3-2. We've done it in a minute. 32.61 Matic, £20 for a minute of just taking the piss, basically. Thank you very much indeed. Let's claim it. Let's claim it right now. All right. So we're going to claim our rewards here. Here we go. Let's refresh the page now. The other amazing thing here is that we're going to get a huge amount of POC as well. We have 254.299, which is already quite a lot, right? We're now going to be claiming 1,761. Like, you might not know if you're new to Pookie, but that is a lot of POC. That amount of POC will allow me to level up my Pokeballs, which are already at a high level now, Like, I can sit on that. I will be able to use a lot of it. I'll probably use about 700-800 of it. And then I'll have 1,000 just left over probably. That is such a nice buffer. It's such a nice kind of stockpile, because you will need to stockpile as much of the POC as you can, because there are going to be game weeks where you're just not going to win. Like, I'm not going to win this regularly. I think that this is probably the most that we've ever won of POC in a game week. Most of the time, we're winning around 200, 300. A few weeks back, I was struggling to even win 100. Like, I think we went a month where we were struggling to win like 100 total, not even 100 per game week. I think there was like for the month we won like, I don't know, one game week we won like 20. Then the game week after we won like 5. And I was like, oh my God, like, how are we going to level up our Pokeballs when we're not earning the POC tokens that we need? And of course, we need to earn a load of them so we can keep leveling up our Pokeballs. Because if we make our Pokeballs stronger, we make our Pokeballs bigger and powerful, more powerful, then it's going to give us more points, right? And if we can win more points, then we can place higher up in the leaderboard. So I was getting a bit worried, thinking, oh shit, like, we're kind of stalling here. We're not winning what we need to. But it's come back round again, and now we're winning a lot. And so it's nice to have a huge amount of POC that you can win. Don't use it all at once. If you win a massive haul like this, you want to keep some for like reserves, which we're going to do right now. I just can't believe that we're winning £20 from doing nothing, guys. Honestly, taking the piss. Like, literally saying, let's just do whatever. That's literally what I said. I said, let's just do whatever. We've done whatever. And we've won more money on Pookie than we have on Sorare Limited for like the past 3 months or so. Maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration because we win quite a bit of the threshold. But in terms of card rewards, I don't think we've won £20 worth of card rewards in the last 6 months. And in fact, you know what? We'll have a little look now. We'll have a little look. We'll have a look at my the limited card rewards that I've won, because the limited is probably the best basis for comparison when you're looking at Pookie. So Christoph Vincent, we won recently in game week 435, right? He is worth, he's on the market right now for 36p, right? 36p. Okay. Cheong Seong Hoon, I know how much he's worth because he was our under 23 player. He's on the market for 71p. So those two together are £1, right? Diego, we won not too long ago as well. He's worth 54p. Okay, so we've got £1.50 at the moment. Sergio Molina from Game Week 419, 54p, right? Yamamoto, 71p. So we're up into about £2 or so. Antonio Puertas, 54p. You guys are starting to get the gist of this, aren't you? You're starting to see a pattern here. Look, Brian Kufre, who I think is great, and I'm happy to have him, 54p, right? Navarro, 54p. And it goes on and on and on. To be honest, we won 2 rewards here of Cosmas and Patrick Van Aanholt. Look, Cosmas, sorry, we finished 23rd, and Cosmos was a tier 3. The others were kind of like mainly tier 5s. Chong Seong-hoon was like a tier 4, but then the others were tier 5s, right? And then Cosmos was a tier 3, and Patrick Van Aanholt was a tier 3. Let's see how much the tier 3 is worth at the moment of Cosmos, right? Oh, look, 89p. So it's been a nonsense for so freaking long where the rewards just don't seem worthwhile. And, you know, if I show you Patrick Van Aanholt as well, Patrick Van Aanholt's worth 89p. And again, you know, we finished quite high up to win these rewards. We put a lot of time and effort in. We had to get, look, for Patrick Van Aanholt, we had to get over 400 points to win that card. And we won a card that is now worth about 89p. On Pookie, as you guys are seeing, we're spending 1 minute of our time to put in whatever predictions, whatever scores, and we're coming away with £20 from one weekend. £20. Even if we spend 1 minute doing our lineup for limited threshold caps with 40, the most we'd make from that, realistically, would be like the £4, the $5, right? We're making 5 times more on Pookie, but we're spending 1 minute of our time each game week, or 2 minutes, let's say 2 minutes of our time each week doing it. You do the math, and you tell me whether you're going to be playing it or not. I'm not playing Pookie. Only reason I'm not is the crypto element buying is fine, and it's a problem I can easily solve, but I don't have any ID I can use to verify myself when it comes to cashing out. Oh, okay. Yeah, you need to, if you want to cash out, you usually need to verify ID at like an exchange, like, I'm sure you know that, but for the guys in the chat that don't know, you need to kind of verify ID so that you can cash out. They're kind of required to do that by financial regulations. How much energy do you have? I have 234 energy. 234. Everybody starts with 100. And you're probably thinking to yourself, if you're new to this game, well, how can I get 234? You can buy energy. Like, they've added a feature in now where you can just buy the energy as you need to. I wouldn't recommend that you do that, but you can do it if you want to. And the way to do that is there's like a little button here that says increase forever, and then it allows you to buy the energy. If you have more energy, you can make more predictions. If you can make more predictions, you can then have a better chance of winning more often each game week, right? At the moment, it's costing $3, roughly $3 per energy, which is why I don't recommend you do it, because it's actually kind of a little bit expensive. The better way to do it is to buy more Pokeballs, because when you buy more Pokeballs, you get more energy. With each Pokeball that you buy, your energy increases. And then once you've got more Pokeballs, the name of the game then is to try and level them up, right? So we have this Pokeball at level 56. We have this Pokeball at level 17. This one at level 50. This one at level 47, okay? And we can upgrade this one. So we are going to upgrade this one to level 57. When we do that, it's going to increase our energy. So this is how you can kind of get a lot more energy, is that you need to almost try and collect more Pokeballs. And then when you do, try to level them up as much as you can, because then that will give you even more energy, which then allows you to use more of your Pokeballs each game week. How much but Sorare more fun? I don't think Sorare is more fun at the moment. I think Sorare is in a... I do like playing Sorare still, and I'm still going to be playing Sorare, right? But it's not fun for me, and I don't think it's fun for a lot of people to put your teams out and to see them do pretty good and then to win something that's worth 60p. That's not fun for me. If that might be fun for some of you guys, and if it is, then fair enough, right? We have a different sense of what's fun and what's not. Some people will play Sorare and they won't care about the returns of it, right? If so, great. And that's amazing, okay? But for me, if I'm going to be buying cards on Sorare, if I'm going to be investing in the game, investing in the company, and I'm actually going to be putting time and effort in, I actually want to be getting something that's worth my time, effort, and money, and winning 60p cards just is not it at all. In the rare, I have loads of fun playing the rare, because I'm just like farming the threshold, which I think is a weird thing to say in a card game, that I'm having fun in a card game basically farming money rather than winning the cards in it. And it shouldn't be like that. It honestly shouldn't be like that, where you're getting almost more enjoyment out of winning a threshold, like hitting a points total, and then just winning money. It should be the thrill of it should be winning players that you really desire. And then the players that you do win, you think, oh, he's really cool. He can help take my whole gallery, my whole team to the next level. Or maybe if you don't like that player, it's a player you think, okay, he's not quite for me, doesn't quite fit into the gallery, but I'm definitely going to sell him now because I'm going to use the money. And I'm then going to use the money from the sale to own my game, to shape my gallery the way that I want to. We kind of know at the moment that it's also just really difficult to sell players. And then when you do sell them, it's really difficult to sell without selling to a bot. And then you're having to sell for like a reduced amount of money. You're leaving so much on the table just to get that liquidity. So at the moment, I have to be honest with you, in Limited, I'm not having any fun at all playing it, which is why we're about to start to sell a ton of our Limited cards, if we can. In the Rare, I'm having fun playing it on Sorare because I think the time that you spend on Sorare Rare does feel like it's worthwhile, because then you're winning, like, say, £50 threshold. It feels like, okay, that's significant, and it feels like a nice return that also satisfies that you're doing good scouting, that you're planning your teams well. So I like that. But yeah, Limited, not so much at all. In fact, not at all. Absolutely not. You looked at floor prices, but new cards are worth more in most cases. They're not, actually. They're really not. You might take the piss with Pookie, but Sorare will take the piss with you. I don't have a fucking clue what that means, to be honest with you. What does that mean? What does that mean? Can you use MetaMask ideal to buy Matic? You can. Yeah, MetaMask, you can use MetaMask to buy Matic. The thing is, I think it's going to cost you a lot to do. I've done it myself in the past to check it out, and the fees to do it were quite high. Ideally, what you want to do is you want to buy Matic from like an exchange, like Coinbase, for example, or Binance, right? Because then you're going to get still some fees, but it's not going to be as big at all. You didn't pay a fee. You do have to pay a fee. You do have to pay a fee when you buy on MetaMask, because you have to pay a gas fee. You have to pay a gas fee, or you have to pay like a transaction fee with one of the companies that basically converts it for you, that buys the Matic for you and then converts it and transfers it to you, and you give them the fiat. I think the problem is the ever-decreasing card prices. If you buy in now, prices are great. If you bought in 6 months ago, it won't look great. The entire problem with Sorare is the fact players are more and more just playing just for the cap 240. Yeah, it is. That's the problem with Sorare. But that isn't the players' problem. That's not the fault of the players, right? That's the fault of the game. Something that I think shouldn't really be the case in the game is that in Sorare is that I feel like you shouldn't be winning from hitting 280 points. You shouldn't be winning more cash than what you can from, say, finishing really high up in another competition, or the minimum card reward that you can win in a competition like, say, Cap 240. If they continue to give card rewards in Cap 240, why is it that I can win £50 from just hitting 280, but if I hit, say, 350 points or whatever in Rare, I end up winning a card that's worth £10? Like, it makes no sense. Like, it should be the other way round, if anything. That the card should be worth like £50, and then the threshold should be worth like the lowest amount. Like, you shouldn't have like a threshold, like a cash reward that is worth more than your card reward, significantly more. But then to get the card reward, you have to get significantly more points. That is so broken. I can't tell you how broken that is. You should be able to win threshold, and you should be able to win money, but it shouldn't be the main thing. And it's not really the threshold's fault. It's the fact that, unfortunately, Sorare have allowed the game to get to the point where the cards are all stupidly low. If you think about it, the threshold stays the same. So the threshold does not change, right? Once they set it, they say this is what you can win. It's £50 in the Rare, it's £5 in the Limited, right? It stays fixed until they decide to change it. if it stays fixed, but then your card prices are going down, down, down to the point where they're like at rock bottom, then it basically threshold then starts to undermine the cards, because then threshold, then it has to become the thing to win, because the cards are worth nothing. They're not worth winning because they don't have good value. And not all cards are not worth winning, of course, but we're talking in comparison to, like, say, the threshold amount, right? If you're winning cards above the threshold amount, then those cards are 100% going to be cool to win, and they're going to be worth more than the threshold, right? But if you're winning like a tier 4 rare or a tier 5 rare, like, those cards are not worth more than the threshold. So from a logical point of view, your cards don't have the value enough. They're not valued by the managers, by your users, because they place more value on winning a reward that's worth more than the card. So the fix is you need to raise the card prices by fixing the game economy, or you need to reduce the threshold to the point then where threshold is less than what your minimum card reward is, if you're going to be offering that still in those type of competitions. I don't want to see them do that. I don't want to see them lower the threshold. I'm going to be honest with you, though, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it, because if it cost £500 to build a threshold team a year ago to win £50 threshold each week, and today it costs £250 to build that same team to win £50 each week, how can it be financially sustainable that 6 months ago it was £500 to win the same reward, now it's £250 to win the same reward? What happens in another 6 months? It's going to be what, £100, £125 to win the same reward, the same level of reward. That's not going to make money for Sorare. That's, if anything, that's throwing money away, and that's not making the game sustainable at all. Because if it's becoming cheaper and cheaper to win the same level of reward, then it means that Sorare are still paying out a hell of a lot, but they're making significantly less because the cards are significantly less. And it doesn't make sense. So yeah, I agree with you that I agree that everyone is really just focusing on the threshold, and they should be. They should be, because the smart managers know that that's where the value is, right? And it's a shame that it's like that, because I don't play card games just to win, something not like that's not the card. I want to play a card game to win the cards, because I think the cards should be like the things where you're like, oh, I can't wait to win this card and I hope I can win that player. But it's just not like that. And it really can't be like that in a card game. They have to fix it in the next update, not the update after the next one. They have to fix it properly in the next update, where they restore the values of cards. And they need to do it. I'm not kidding. They need to do it. They need to throw more boxes in. I actually agree that they need to throw more boxes in, but they also need to have more players as well. Yeah, so I think if they do both, where they reward more reward boxes and they make the reward box experience really cool, and then they also then onboard loads of new managers as well, then that's a win-win, because then they're giving out less card rewards, but more rewards technically, and then they have more people in the game, which then creates more demand, right? So I agree with you on that, definitely. The main things Sorare needs are more whales. Yeah, I agree. I think they do as well. Any tips on selling cards? I have a £400 limited gallery, but wanted to reinvest in some other cards. Tried selling them 10 to 15 times and no one wants them. So annoying. James Harrison, I feel your pain. I do. I feel your pain. I've said this from the very get-go, when Sorare implemented some changes which massively hurt the secondary market, such as list or play, collection bonus, incentivizing just buying from auctions more, right? The focus now for managers is don't buy from the secondary market, buy from us here on the auctions market, right? And they've made it so much so that most of the time now people are just thinking about buying on the auctions. I still think about the secondary market, and I know lots of others do, but they've really made it so that they're trying to push all the demand on the primary market. This is meant now that the balance between primary and secondary is so out of whack. And it's so out of whack that someone like James Harrison can't sell his cards. And what I'm going to do now is we're going to see if we can sell our cards too. But what's probably going to happen is that we're going to get them listed up. There's going to be far too many cards of the same player already on the market, which again indicates that there's too many cards because they're not selling. And also there's maybe not enough people on the game, right? So the way to do it is to basically go to a bot, which is not ideal. I feel like going to the bot should be the last resort, but actually it's become the first point of call now. If you want to sell a card, you just go straight to a bot. What I do anyway, most of the time I don't even try to sell naturally anymore. I have some cards that I've listed naturally, like here, and I've had no offers for them. Some of them are a little bit high as well, to be fair, because I'm not really that desperate to sell them. But if I put them at the absolute floor prices, they wouldn't sell either. And that's also not helping the market, because what you're finding is that managers aren't selling naturally. They're putting it at a decent price. Then they're putting them at the floor price, which they've been going at. They still haven't been selling. Others are still not selling the card of the same player. So then there's a cycle of undercutting. So the floor's then not good enough. They then create a new floor. Then when that new floor is created, it lowers the prices of the cards. There's still loads of cards out there. There's still loads of managers trying to sell that player. They then think I can't sell at what I thought was the floor. Now I have to try and sell at the new floor. Again, they won't be able to sell at the new floor. There'll be more undercutting. It lowers the floor even more. Again, because there's just too much supply and not enough demand. So it becomes a process where the cards are just driven down. And yeah, going to the bots is the way to try and get that liquidity. I think the rarities need to be cut in half minimum. I don't agree with that personally. I think actually the rarities are fine, because I think the rarities are future-proofing the game. I think 1,000 limited, technically per season per player is kind of okay. It's high, but if in say 5 or 10 years time, Sorare's at the point where like there's millions and millions of active players on this game, then that will actually look like a very sensible amount to have as a scarcity, or for the scarcity, and the same for the rares. So I think that the actual scarcity amounts are fine. They don't actually mint the full maximum allowance of them. It's only up to. So I think that those are fine. Should we try and sell some cards? Let's do it. If you're just tuning in, I'm trying to sell, and I'm going to see if we can do it. I'm going to see if we can sell some limited cards here. I've already, like in the summer, decided that I wanted to move more out of limited. So I wanted to play limited less. I wanted to play rare and above more. But I've still got far too many limited cards here. And having seen the returns on POOKY now so much, it's just like it doesn't make sense for me to have all this money tied up in limited Sorare when I could take this out, put it into POOKY, and then just get far better returns off my money and just far much more enjoyment out of it, rather than just having all these players that I kind of like, right? I really do. Like Jonathan Burkhart, for example. I really like Jonathan Burkhart. I think he's a great player. He's just come back from injury. We bought him for £4.58. If we wanted to sell him, we'd probably have to sell him for a loss at the moment. But I don't see at the moment that keeping like £4.58 tied up in this card, I don't see the upside to it. I don't see the upside. All I see is that we're just going to have money tied up in a card that's probably going to go down in value. And even if we keep him in the game and we try and win rewards, we'll probably be winning rewards that will be worth like nothing. So yeah, we're going to try and sell. We're going to try and sell. I'm going to, are you going to use bots? I think we are, yeah. I think here's what we're going to do, right? There's a load of limited cards that we can't sell. So Kaminsky, like my whole Luton Town collection, I'm not selling that. And then the under 23 team, we're not selling that either. And you guys just recently voted on Twitter to say that you don't want us to do anything with the under 23 community team. So we're going to keep them together. We're not selling anybody. And then we're going to just start using them, I think from next week. when we, is it next week? I think it's from next week or the week after, where we can start to put out an under 23 team again and try and win some rewards that we can give out to the community. I could sell Florian Kastenmeier. The thing is, I don't want to. I really do like Kastenmeier. I bought him for £21.89. If I sold him today, I'd probably have to sell him for about, like £13-12. And it's just too much of a loss for me to take on a player that I've got no problem with. And I'd much rather just try and wait until he can maybe get back to around £20 or so, and then I would sell him. So Kastenmeier is not going to be sold. He's too low against what we bought him for. Tangvik we're keeping. He's under 23. Majkit we're keeping. Tascaran. I think I bought Tascaran a long time ago for a lot of money. Yeah, I bought Tascaran. I sent Johannes Handel and Robert Taylor. So I sent those two guys at the time. When was this? This was back on August the 2nd, 2022. I sent them for Tascaran, right? And these guys at the moment are worth quite a bit. Well, Robert Taylor's worth about £3, £2. And then Handel's worth a bit, no? Handel's worth about £8, £10. So, yeah, kind of at the time, it made a lot of sense. To be fair, there's not much of a difference between the combined value of these two now and Tascaran, because they're roughly around, what, £10-12. Tascaran's roughly around £9. We're going to keep Tascaran. We're going to keep him. We have a little bit of a stack going now with Alanya Sports, so we're going to keep that. I did start with €100 of trading crypto, and that money is in Sorare. I don't know. I've only got my looting collection now. I just currently can't see Sorare going anywhere but down, says Jordan. One update could change that, but for now, that's where I am with Sorare. I actually, I really understand where you're coming from, man. And you can tell I understand where you're coming from, because I'm actually saying on the stream right now that I want to sell my limited cards and take the money out of the game and put it into another game, POOKY, as in increase my my holding basically on POOKY. And I don't need to, because we've already got quite a nice amount of value like tied into POOKY. But as I mentioned, I can't do it anymore, guys. I can't ignore the returns on POOKY, and I can't keep holding the value in my cards on Sorare, hoping that they're going to win me something that's going to be great. Because as I showed you, the rewards we're winning are like less than £1 in limited. And that's not what I signed up for on limited. I didn't sign up for that. And so I'm not doing it anymore. So let's try and work out who we're going to sell. So Tascaran, no. These guys, no. Killian Corridor, no. Kevin Stoger, right. Kevin Stoger, we can sell. I bought him for £8.64. I bought Stoger for £8.64. I would take a loss on this guy if I sold him today. His floor's at £4.64. Technically, there's nothing wrong with me holding on to this guy. There really isn't, because he's actually pretty good. I only really use him for my German, like my Bundesliga specialist team. So if I show you the team that I have him for, this one here, the Bundesliga specialist. So Stoger is basically the main guy in there, along with Burkhardt and Masovic. But we haven't won anything from the Bundesliga specialist. We don't actually have that great a team. I just kind of put a team together thinking, you know what, let's just be a bit punty. But yeah, I don't want to do it anymore. So we're gonna get him up. I think we're also gonna sell Masovic as well, and we're gonna sell Burkhardt. Sup, network is not great, so watching from YouTube. Oh, lovely, man. Are you able to give a brief description of POOKY? Might have to do the same. I'm not going to give a brief description of POOKY, because if you just rewatch this stream, for the first 20 minutes or so, I explained what POOKY is all about, and I explained how to play it, how to do well in it. So So yeah, I don't want to rehash it on the stream for everyone that's already heard me go through it. Just basically after the stream ends, re-watch the first 20 minutes and you'll get everything you need to know about Pookie. Right. So let's create a list here. I hate this this list, but we're going to create it here. Enter a list name. We're going to be saying limited sales. All right. Do I actually want to do this? I don't know whether I want to do it. Do I have Danilo Suarez? Okay. Right. Oh, this is horrible. Okay, I quite like that they've made it easier, though, to filter by the players, by the positions up here. That's pretty cool. So, Miami Yildirim, I think we can sell. This guy here we can sell. Let's try and get rid of Brad Knighton, Baver, Jorg Siebenhandel, Emre. In fact, I think Brad Knighton was kind of given to me from one of you guys as a giveaway, so we won't include him. Leonard Mosa, I think we will. Well, we can't sell Leonard Mosa because he's part of the under-23 team. Joel Rubles, we can't sell either. He was a card given to me to give away. Vicioli, we technically could sell it. We might try and sell him too. Miguel Vargas, I don't really want to sell Miguel Vargas. I think I want to hold on to him. Bill Hamid, I think I technically want to hold on to too, just because he's a free agent at the moment. Tim Kroll will keep because he's the backup for our Luton Town keeper. Wayne Hennessy, we really don't need, actually. I don't think we can sell Wayne Hennessy, but we'll try. And then, I have 2 Leonard Mosas. Okay, so this is the under-23 one. I could sell this one. Let's do that. And then Nicholas Peranic, I think I want to sell him. We can't sell this Mark Martinez because he's part of our SO5 team. And then Oregon Ravet. Okay. All right, so these are cards at the moment that we've added in. It's a good start. Let's try and add more cards to it. So those were goalkeepers. Let's add defenders in here. We've got a ton of defenders. This could take a little while. Actually, to be fair, there's not as many as what I thought. How bonkers is this though, guys? Right? Like honestly. This is one of the things that winds me up, is that I've not been a fan of this this functionality in the game, this feature of this list feature, right? We had the squads functionality before and it was way better. Fine. That was then back and then. We have to live with it. They're not reverting back. We have lists now, right? But what drives me insane is that this has been improved a little bit, the list functionality, where you can now filter naturally by positions. There is no filter here by, there's no extra functionality to filter by the scarcity, right? So you kind of have to just browse through everything you've got in your gallery. And this is a feature that's been in the game now for so long. I'm sure Sorare have had bigger priorities, right? Where they're trying to focus and tackle the bigger issues, the bigger problems. But this is just another example of just a lack of attention to detail and just almost neglecting things that then just harms the user experience. Because for me now, I don't like this anyway. It's a pain to use. It's fine. We can kind of go through this because we don't have like tons and tons of different scarcity defenders. But what it says to me is, why is there not, after so long, why is there not a functionality in here by now? Why is the team, I'm sure it wouldn't take long to just add a filter in to kind of filter by rares, or a search bar that they have here, so that then, the main search bar here, Why is this functionality not in the list here? When we go into a list, rather than just seeing every single card that we have, maybe we don't want to see the rare cards actually, because we're only focusing on limited. Why can I not just type in the bar here, limited, and all it's going to do is then just show me the limited? It drives me mad that the team are not doing the small little stuff like this, and it's taking so long. It worries me that it's taking so long to do basic stuff like that, you know? These little things do add up. They really do, because it's been little things for a very long time now. And it's just, you know, what, like, the team should be doing it. They should be on it. It's a small little thing that should take like a day, if not that, maybe a week at most, right? It makes me worry that they're too bogged down with bureaucratic process in the company. That is there just too much that they're trying to do? Is there too many hoops that they have to like jump through to get sign off to make these types of changes? Why can this change not just be added into the game? Just bonkers, really. But anyways, let's try and add the cards in that we don't want. George Cox, Hadaj and I will keep. Tony Leisner we can sell. Ivan Marquez I think we can sell. Dumic we can sell. Stanley Walsh we can sell. We have him in the rare. Dirk Abels, Josi Estrada. Philip Heiser we could also sell. I think, well, we could, but I bought him for a lot. So I don't really want to sell him because it's just too much of a loss to take. Armin Goose we can sell. Stojkovic we can sell. Donald Carroll. Good afternoon to Volts as well. Can I show what my best rares are? You can check them out, my gallery, man. You can check them out. Oh, I can talk a little bit later and say what my favorite rares are in my gallery, but you can kind of, I think you could check my gallery and probably work out what my best rares are. Ivan Milicevic, I think we need to get rid of. I quite like Pappy, but I think we also need to get rid of him as well. I do like Claudio Bravo. I think we'll keep hold of Claudio Bravo. We've got some Japanese defenders here. We've got Kosio, who could probably go. Stankovic could probably go. Steres and Alexander. I'm not going to try and sell them because these are cards that I can give away. There's too many cards here. I almost need to try and sell the whole gallery. Right, let's try and sell to a bot. Basil bot. Can I do some cap research? Would you go for MLS or European? MLS I'd do, yeah. At this point in time, I'd be doing MLS. Hello also to X Thompson. How you doing, man? Thanks for tuning in. Right, this is going to be interesting. There's not really an easy way to do this here. This is a... This is another functionality which is just bizarre that we don't have. So what we should be able to do is we've just been putting in, we created a list and we're putting in all the players that we want to sell, right? We've created this sales list, right? But what we can't do now is we can't bring up the list here. We can't bring up the list and then just say, select all the people from that list, right? Or select, the 10 that you can. So creating a sales list is great, but then there's no way to tie it in to like an important process in the game, which is to sell. No, we can't bring our list up here. So it's just bonkers, honestly. It's things like that that wind me up because I know that they know about it. So why is it not in the game? Right, let's just do it like this then. Let's type limited in. How much is Zan? Zan, Regelge. Go back on the limited here. Filter. I'd be amazed if we could sell one card here today. I'd be amazed if we can. I don't think we can. Let's get Jonathan Burkhart up. Let's sell Burkhart. I love Burkhart. I think he's great, but he's got kind of one of the better values that we've got from our limited cards here. Leonard Mosar. In fact, I think I want to keep Leonard Mosar. This is a jersey mint, number 1. I bought him for £11.89. His price has just shot up, so I don't know what's going on with him. I haven't been able to find any news on him, but his price has shot up, which indicates there's something going on with him. We're going to keep hold of him. Nicholas Peranic, I think I want to sell. If we can. I asked a question earlier, but I don't think I really got an answer for it. I'll ask it again. What's everyone's experience on Pookie at the moment? Like, how have you been finding Pookie? Have you been winning as regularly as what we do? As what I do? Okay. Will Hughes, we don't need. Wayne Hennessy, we don't need. Tony Leisner, we don't need. FCS, do you mind just double checking my last message? Oh, sorry, I missed it. Can I just double check? Will my academy team still get XP if it is the only lineup I've entered in that game week? Oh, yeah, I haven't entered any other competitions at all. Yeah, it will. It will get XP. El Kurani, we could probably sell. Stefan Garteman, we could probably sell. We're going to take big losses on all these cards, by the way. Hello to Icon. How you doing, man? Evening to you. Let's try and add some more cards in here. If we can honestly make £20 from all these sales today, I'll be over the moon. I don't think we can, but we're going to bloody try. Let's get rid of Navarro as well. Robin Hack, we're not really using. Kind of, I'm reluctant to sell the MLS guys because, of course, their season's coming to it's about to start. Peter Mature, we can put in there. Let's do that for now. How many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think the most we can add in here is 10. So why don't we throw another one in? Zan. There we go. So we're going to send this offer to Basilbot, and we're going to see whether he would accept it or how much he would give us for it. Loving Pookie at the moment, going 3-1 Bundesliga strategy this upcoming weekend. Love it, man. I think that would do really well. 3-1 Bundesliga. Any idea why I can't send trades? Getting an approval error, but never had it before, so confused. No. I'm not. What's the actual error message? Oh, what's going on? Have I just, like, messed up my password there? There we go. Yeah. You guys are always joking that it's like a nuclear code passcode. That is the sort of length to unlock a nuclear weapon, isn't it? Plus a retinal, Fingerprint. Seems to be a Sorare issue. Oh, seems to be a Sorare issue. Okay. The annoying thing that we're doing here is that that massive trade that we just sent to Basilbot, I don't think that we can copy and paste it to another trader like Sir Hiss or like Satonio. I think if we don't get anywhere here and we want to do the same, we're going to have to enter everyone in again manually. And it's, again, little things like that that just make the user experience so horrible and so clunky, so frustrating. Oh, £7.40. Whoa. £7.40. Wasn't expecting that. Was not expecting that at all. It's probably not that great, to be fair. I'm not going to lie. It's probably not that great when we weigh it up. Let's have a quick look. But I also just didn't expect to get an offer for it like that. So we have Peter Mitchell in here. Okay. So we know that we're going to lose a little bit when we do it like this here, but it's the best way really to sell like cards in bulk, because just trying to sell them one by one is going to take too long. And I want to get my money out of Sorare. I want to get it into Pookie. So Peter Mitchell at the moment, he's got an average of 69p. He's on the market for 89p. Okay. So we're going to just top that up. 89. Okay. The next card we're selling is Gartenman. No, I don't want to look in the trade section. I could look in the trade section. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to do it like that. Gartenman, £1.61. Okay. £1.61. 161. Okay, £2.50 roughly. He's actually on the, yeah, his floor is £1.61. Okay, cool. Okay, Tony Leisner. To be fair, Tony Leisner, we didn't spend a lot to get Tony Leisner. We only bought Leisner for about 60p. So you can see here that we bought him for 61p. He's currently on the market for £1.61. So that's actually kind of cool because we're going to hopefully make up some of the loss that we're maybe making from the other cards by selling him for profit in this trade. Okay. Wayne Hennessy. Hennessy's not worth hardly anything. Wayne Hennessy. So Hennessy's 71p at the moment. Okay. Let's do that as well. 70p. Okay. Then Will Hughes. I don't actually know how much Will Hughes is, but I don't think Will Hughes is worth much more than £1. Again, I think well, he's worth 57p now. Jesus, wow. We bought him for £1.92. He's really dropped off. He's on the market for 89p. His average is 57. Okay. Let's do that. Hold on a minute. Okay. Fine. Then Perinic and Burkhart. These are the two guys where most of the value's at. So Perinic, yeah. Perinic, I think is what, £3, £4? £3.21. I think I bought him for not much more than that. In fact, look at that. I bought him for £3, £2.98. Okay, interesting. So he's on the market for £3.21. His average is about £3.21. He sold, well, in the limited, he sold recently for £3.17, and that was yesterday. That's pretty good, actually. Oh, let me put that in as well. £3.21. Okay. So we're currently at £8.91, and then Burkhart is probably going to be about the £3 mark as well, right? Because we just had a little look at Burkhart. So Jonathan Burkhart, Jonathan Burkhart, £3.85, and then £4.29 on the floor. This is probably where we make the biggest loss, really. And there is a part of me that doesn't really want to do it because he's got like a really good L15. He's also under 23. He's like a really cool player. I really like him. He can score amazing. If you don't know, he can score really good. But again, I just think I don't really feel like I'm going to be using him that much. 38, yeah. Who are we talking about? 38. The Nicholas Perinic. Is he 38? Nicholas Perinic? He is, isn't he? Yeah. He is. Same age as me. I'm 38 too, if you guys didn't know. So I am also an old man. Jonathan Burkhart. Right, so Jonathan Burkhart, £4.29, but let's say £3.85 there. Okay, so £3.85. Okay, so to be fair, we're getting an offer for £7.50. If we were to sell all of the cards individually at roughly their average or their floor price, then we'd be able to sell them for around £12.76, £13 basically. So we are actually losing. We're leaving a lot of money on the table. We're leaving a lot on the table. But I want to get my money into Pookie as quickly as I can, and I want to buy another Pookie ball, a common Pookie ball. And I'm actually of the opinion that we could wait even longer, and we probably would actually get a lower offer. The cards would get lower as well. So I think we're going to do it. I am actually 38. Yeah, it's my birthday soon. No, I'm nearly 39. If you believe. You just bought another common Pookie ball as well. It's the way to go, isn't it? It's the absolute way to go. Like these cards here, this is the point, right? These cards here, you might be thinking, well, why am I selling them and making a loss on them, right? If I keep them on Sorare and I don't sell them, they're not going to give me any returns that make it worth me keeping them. They're not. I could use that £7.50. I could put it into Pookie, and then I could then use that money to then start winning far more on Pookie on a weekly basis from a common Pookie ball. I really could. So I think this is why I'm going to do it. So we're going to accept that one. So we're going to sell Mitchell, Garterman, Leisner, Hennessy, Will Hughes, Perinic, and Burkhart. There we go. Accept. That's, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7 limited cards there. Straight away. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's do it. All right. So £7.50 coming into the balance there. Let's try and sell some more to Basil Bot as well. I don't know what else we can sell, but we're going to try and sell more. So do a trade against Mbappe. Okay. And then we're going to do limited again. We did actually throw Zan in, but he didn't go for Zan. Yuya Azano. I actually kind of like this guy. I think we bought him really cheap as well. Yeah, look, we bought Yuya Azano for 59p, 60p. Now, technically, this is like not the best time to sell like a Japanese player. We should really hold on to him because his price should increase a lot more as we get closer to the start of the season. He's still quite young. He hasn't DMP'd once over the past year, and he scores quite good. But again, it comes back to what's he going to win for me? Like, what's he realistically going to win for me? Now, a 60p player, I mean, to be fair, a 60p player I should really try and keep. I'd be interested to know how much we could get for him. Well, I guess we could probably get. It's the newer season card as well. No, I think I need to come out unlimited more. I think I need to be more aggressive. This is the this is the dilemma, and this is the problem. Is that if you want to come out unlimited, as I do, if you want to reduce your exposure to limited and you want to reduce the amount of cards you have in limited, there are going to be cards where you don't really want to part ways with them. And I don't really want to part ways with this guy, but I also want to get out limited more. So what's the point in me holding on to this guy, even though I do like him? Anything, if I like him that much, I should be looking at getting him in rare because he's £27.14. So I'm gonna get rid of him. We're gonna add him to the list here. I think he's great. Let's throw in Pochettino, Thomas Van Den Kiebus. We're not really using. Oguwara is excellent, but let's throw both of these in as well. See if we can get rid of Kim Tai Hwan. Sabolshan, we won't get much value for him at all. Marlon Mustafa. El Kirani. Jeon Jinwoo. Sandy Walsh, we said as well. Robin Hack. Ricky Harakawa. We'll keep some of the MLS boys for now. Philip Hoffman. Pedro Chirivella, for sure. Let's do that. That's quite a lot, isn't it? Wow, that's tons. I wonder what we can get for that. Let's do the same. All right, send the trade to Basilbot for all those cards there. There's a freaking ton of them. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, he is, isn't he? Should be no more than 10. Okay, let's get rid of a few then. Let's get rid of him. How many have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, and then we need to get rid of another 4. So why don't we get rid of Shun and then Jeon Jinwoo, because I don't think actually he's going to be accepted. And then one more, Marlon Mustafa. Right, that should be 10 now, no? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we got one more left. Okay. Counted incorrectly. Let's take Sandy Walsh out for now. Let's do that. Okay, so that's 10. Let's do that. Yeah. All right. Let's see what offer we get. I hate that we're doing this in a way. I wish that we didn't have to do this, but enough's enough. We're limited. And as I say, like the returns on Pookie are just so good. Just can't ignore them. I mean, look at this here. We've got $26 in there that we won. Like we won. It's the easiest $26 I've ever won in my life. Really, it is. And I just, it doesn't make sense for me to keep doing this in limited, expecting things to change. Maybe, you could argue, and maybe I'll regret this, right? Maybe Sorare will announce in the next update that big changes are happening. It's going to be really good to have lots of limited things, but I actually think I'm done with the scarcity anyway. Even if they make it really good, I don't see myself buying any more limiteds realistically. And I'd much prefer to put the money into Pookie to win. Oh, wow, we get another what? Look at that. Hold on, that's not the one, is it? That was from 14 minutes ago. Let's refresh here. What's our recent offer? £3.20. Oh, that's pretty bad, actually. That's pretty bad. Because I think Pedro Chirivella alone is worth a decent amount. Pedro Chirivella is £1.61. How much is Hoffman then? How much is Hoffman? How do you spell his name? Is it? I don't think that's how you spell it. I think it's. Here we go. Let's try and get his name correctly. Is it? It's 1L and then it's 2Ps. Okay. Okay, fine. There we go. So Hoffman's 54p. El Kirani. El Kirani. Oh, it's got one of those horrible names as well. El Cow. Okay, El Cara. Okay. There we go. Yeah, you're no skills. Yeah, I think so, man. Like I can't do it anymore where I'm investing in like there's that whole saying, isn't it? There's that quote where if you do the same thing over and over and over again and you expect different results, then that's the definition of insanity. And if I continue to invest in a card, a scarcity in Sorare, when I've been playing the game for 2.5 years and I know I've seen the same thing happen again and again and again and again. And to be honest with you, the card values going down in limited are kind of like annoying, but that's actually not really the big problem for me. The problem is that because the card values are going down, it then means that the rewards that you're winning are just so little value. And then because the card values are going down, everyone's enabled to have bigger and better players. So then in order to like get the rewards that you need to win that are worth the time and effort and investment in limited, you need to spend so much money to do it. And then even when you do that, you won't be able to really recoup that investment because then those cards will go down in value. So I'm just sick and tired really of this cycle of like card values go down, the values of the rewards go down, becomes harder to win. Then there's more cards that are on the market that enter the market. There's not as many players that are outstripping the amount of cards that are coming into the game. And it's just like, for me, I'm out. I'm done with it. I'd much prefer to put the money into Pookie now because I still can't believe. I think almost feel like it shouldn't happen. I can't believe the amount of returns that we're winning on Pookie or nothing, literally nothing. So my money is way better. I can put the money to better use over on Pookie, which is, kind of why we're doing it. Definitely going to still keep on going on rares though. And I'll have a few limited teams left over. Definitely. Like, this isn't a good deal. To be honest with you, this isn't a good offer. I'm almost past the point of caring though, to be honest with you. I just want to be done with this scarcity. How much is Pochettino? Like, because we know doing this, we're not going to be able to get... Yeah, this is kind of a shit offer, really. £3.40. I wonder if we can get a better offer from... let's try it. I wonder if we can get a better offer for the same players from Sahis or another bot. We'll try Sahis and then we'll try Satonio. Because what I'd ideally like here is to maybe get closer to £4 rather than £3. I don't know whether like they'd be able to offer me that. So we're saying Chirivella, Hoffman. Okay. Chirivella, Hoffman, then El Kirani. Like, even if we got £4, it would still be a terrible deal. But I think, as I say, I think I'm just past the point of caring, and I'd much rather just take the money out and put it into Pookie as soon as I can. Because if I don't do it, it's like a week that I'm missing of Pookie rewards that I can just make up the losses here on Pookie, as the returns are so much better. So Thomas Van Den Kibus as well, Pochettino, and then the other one was Asano. And I never thought I'd get to the point where I'd be doing this live on the stream. It does pain me to do this a little bit because I do love the game, and like there's so much to look forward to on this game as well. But I think if the card values weren't at the points that they are, I think if the rewards weren't super crappy right now, I think if the game wasn't at kind of almost like a low point where it's at the precipice, isn't it? Where we're all waiting for it to just kind of like explode with the next thing that they announce. But it's reached a point where for a lot of people, they've kind of had enough of certain things, and I've definitely had enough of limited. Definitely don't need to have over 200 limited cards when I can put a lot of that money into Pookie, which I'm going to do. I'm going to definitely do. So let's offer the same, like that. Send the trade. Confirm. Yeah, I think you guys have mentioned that before, right? So we're definitely gonna try Satonio now as well. All right, let's see what we get here. And then in the meantime, whilst we're waiting for the offer, we'll also try Satonio. Now, a lot of you guys know that I've kind of in the past tended to not do business with Satonio. Why is he called? That is not the same, is it? That's not the Satonio that we know. This is the Satonio that we know. This is the one. So we have the counter offer. Let's have a look at that. Let's compare it to the first offer. £2.68. Oh my God. What a difference. £2.68 from Sir Hiss compared to £3.20 from Basilbot. Wow. Okay, he's actually removed 3 cards though. Ah, okay. So we would get £2.68 for these 4 players as opposed to £3.20 for these 6 players here. It's actually better. It's actually a little bit better compared to this one here. Who's the players? He doesn't want, what's it, Pochettino and Pochettino and El Karani. Those are the 2 that we can see it here actually, can't we? Yeah, Pochettino and El Karani. At the moment, I might actually go for this one here. Let's try Satonio though. And this is such a pain. This is not fun at all. It's probably not very fun for you guys to watch either, but this is not fun for me to do, but it is, I think, necessary now for me to do it. Let's put the same players in again. So Chirivella, Hoffman, El Karani, okay. Hoffman. Oh my God. There definitely needs to be an easier way to do this in Sorare. And then Van den Kiebers, Pochettino, and Asano. Okay. Van den Kiebers, Pochettino. And then Asano. Okay. Like that. Right. Let's see what Satonio is going to offer us for these cards then. So we can compare all 3. We could try Ruv as well. I don't find that Ruv gives the good deals though. So I tend to almost go to Ruv last. Imagine doing this on your mobile. It would be horrible, wouldn't it? Should I hold or sell my keeper from Kayserispor? He put up 3 really bad performances in a row, and I will have €10 profit from selling him. Sell him. I mean, it's your card. You should decide what you want to do with it. I think if I was in your position, I'd be selling him. Okay. If you can make profit on players in Sorare, you need to take it most of the time because that window of profit will shut on you very quickly. And you won't know when you'll get another opportunity to sell that player for £10 or €10 profit. So decide in your head, work out what you think is an acceptable profit for you to take. I usually say I will sell a player if I can make 2 to 2.5, no, sorry, 2.5 to 3 times what I bought the player for. but everyone's got their own different way to do it. Where's our offer here from Satonio? I think we have to wait a little bit, don't we, for it? Okay. Just as we're waiting, I'm going to quickly nip away for 1 second. And then when we come back, we should have the offer from Satonio and we can then compare it. So I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. All right, we're back again, guys. We're back again. So if you're just tuning in and you've been wondering what we've been up to, I am selling a ton of my limited cards right now, and the reason I'm selling them is because I want to put that money into Pookie. We're winning so well on Pookie. I see so much return value on there. We're winning far more than what we would win on limited on Sorare, for far less effort and far less money on Pookie. So it's just a complete no-brainer. So I'm enjoying rare on Sorare. There you go. I'm not enjoying limited, and I haven't for a while, but I am really enjoying the Pookie side. And so I want to put more money into Pookie. So yeah, we're going to free up some money by selling our limited cards. And we did, before we took a break, we just sent a message. We sent an offer for Satonio. We haven't got an offer. What did we do wrong? We put an offer in for Satonio like 5 minutes ago. We haven't had a response. But he is a bot. Look, Satonio trade bot. He is a bot. Like we've used him before. We've actually had offers a lot quicker in the past than this. So I don't know what's really going on. Why is it not showing that we sent the offer? What? So it shows us the offer we sent to Sir Hiss here. Refresh is probably the good call. What? So it shows us the offer we sent to Sir Hiss. It shows us the offer we sent to Basil Bot. Let's have a look at open offers here. What? We just done it live on the stream. We put the offer together and we sent it to Satonio. You guys saw me do it. You did see me do it, didn't you? I done it. I pressed send, and then we went on the break. I'm not losing my mind here, am I? We just put an offer together and we sent it. Wow. Okay, we'll try it again. That's why we haven't had a response, because he's apparently not received it. All right, let's try it again. So Satonio the bot. Oh my God, what's going on here? Why have I got a screen down here at the bottom? Whoa, what's happened there? Why is there a search bar in the bottom left now? Wow, glitchy today on Sorare. All right, we've removed that. Let's try this again. Okay, trade. Our offer from Basilbot's still open. And our offer from Sahis is still open as well. Right, Chirivella Hoffman and Sufian El Karani. Let's do it. So, Hoffman. Chirivella. Imagine having to try and do this for all your cards individually without a bot. Can you imagine? Like, how long would this take to get all your cards sold? It would be a nightmare. Like, honestly, it drains a lot of the fun. This is doing it with the bot, so El Karani. I backed out the offer, did I really? Oh, God, that was a bit of a fail then, wasn't it? Thomas van den Kievers there. Thomas van den Kievers, okay. Pochettino and then Asano. Pochettino and then Asano. Okay, done. Right. Do that. And then send the trade. Then confirm. No, there's something going on here, isn't there? There's something going on. Because we can't even send it now. We're getting the same. Who was getting that error message? One of you guys in the chat was getting that error message, weren't you? And I was saying I haven't seen that before. And then you guys are saying that there's an issue on Sorare where many users are experiencing that. We're getting that now, where we're trying to send an offer, and then look, when we press send the trade, and then we say confirm, it comes up saying errors, missing approval for blah 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 blah, and then just like loads of incomprehensible text and all that sort of stuff, like code in text. Yeah, it's definitely a Sorare bug. So yeah, we're trying to sell our cards. We've kind of hit a bit of a stumbling block. I'll tell you what we could do though. We could just accept one of the offers now. I think I like this one a little bit more. Hoffman, Van den Kiebus, Chiravella. Because Van den Kiebus, Van den Kiebus, Hoffman, they don't actually have like a lot of value. Chiravella and Yuya Asano do, but Hoffman and Van den Kiebus don't. Yeah, I think we're going to do this one. I think we're going to do it for £2.68. Let's accept that. Let's see if it will at least accept it for us now. No, we can't even accept it. Okay. So the whole trade functionality is kind of a little bit up in the air at the moment. I wonder if Sorare support have sent a message out on that. No, not yet. Okay. You know what happened is that Sorare jumped on our stream and they saw that we were selling off our cards and wanting to put our money into Pookie. They decided to break the trading so that we couldn't do it. They've sabotaged us. And like, no, we got users selling up. Stop the trades right now. Break the trades so that they can't take their money out of the game. So yeah, we can't do it. We were doing it. We can't do it. And even though I don't really like this offer or these offers in particular, we are going to do it eventually. Whilst that's a little bit broken, why don't we put our lineups together for the midweek? Because I haven't really looked at them. Do you guys have any good teams for the midweek at all? The priority for us will be the Cap 240 rare. At the moment, believe it or not, I'm selling Ali Varul. But I don't think I'm actually going to be able to sell him. So we'll probably end up playing him. How many teams do you guys have for the midweek, guys? Like, what's your focus for the midweek? Yeah, I have Ali Varul really high. I'm not really selling him. You can see I'm not really selling him. But I cancelled my last rare team on the weekend. And so because I cancelled it and he was in it, and I then started to put up a player from that cancelled team, it then made sense to put the other rare players up from the cancelled team. Because otherwise they're sitting around doing nothing, right? Yeah. I'm not really selling him. Like if somebody pays me this, then I will sell him. But I don't think anyone's going to pay me this, so it's kind of cool. That's why I put him up for so much. So same, only 3 players available. DMP goalie and Cap 240. 0 only have 2 players available, do you? What's the game week number? 441. Okay. So I think our team for Cap 240 rare will be Ali Varul in goal like that. Let's get rid of all these guys here. Okay. Ali Varul in goal. And then it will be Pappy in defence. And then it will be, we've only got one midfielder. That's not true. We've got two. We've got Ogun and we've got Ali Karimi. Okay. I'd almost like to keep Ogun in. So yeah, if he doesn't look like he's going to start, then we could switch him out and put Karimi in. But I think I want to try and keep the stack in place if I can. And then up front, we'd probably play João Figueiredo because Maxwell and Gradle's now away with the Ivory Coast for AFCON. But we have Figueiredo up for sale. So if we sell him, great. But I'm selling him also for like a lot. So I'm not expecting anybody to pay the price, but you never know. If we don't sell him, it's not a problem. I'm very happy to play him as the forward. And then the extra will either be Karimi or Arda. Probably Arda, just so we have that stack in place and we've got the big bonus that we're getting. Yeah, he looked good, didn't he? Yeah. I'm actually quite happy that we won him as a reward because I think he could be a really good player for us for Threshold, like for the rest of the season. So we won him as a reward not long ago, like over Christmas, and I'm actually pretty happy with it. Even though his value wasn't that good, I was like, I'm actually just quite grateful to win that type of player. Actually got 279.6 points in Captive 40 this week. Oh, no way. Did you really? So you missed out on it. What, in Rare? Let's bring the lineup builder up as well. Let's see how that looks in the lineup builder. Suggest a lineup. So Varul, Pappy, Ogun, Ali Karimi, and then João Figueiredo. It's actually telling us not to play, or that it would play Figueiredo over Arda, which is kind of an interesting one. I mean, to be fair, maybe that's actually the better play, because they're going up against Fatty, who are 18th in limited. Like, he's just got that level. Look, he's got that level of scoring that is like perfect for Threshold because it's very mid-range and above. So yeah, alternatively, what we could do is put Karimi in here. Like that. I don't think I'd give the captaincy to João Figueiredo. What's the projected lineups for this at the moment? The Spanish Super Cup. Does anybody have any teams for the Spanish Super Cup? Like, can you enter it right now? I haven't even seen it. Where is it? Where's the Spanish Super Cup? Has it not been released yet? Oh, is it just coverage? Okay, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Right, cool. Yeah, you're right. It's coverage rather than an actual competition, right? Yeah, cool. That makes sense, actually. Cool. All right. Let's have a quick look at this then. Game week 441. And then I want to go down to the Turkish league here. Gaziantep. Not that one. What? Hold on a minute. What's going on? Why do we have different fixtures here? Game week 440. Okay, fine. I'm on the wrong game week. Game week 440. Okay. Okay. So Ogden's in there for 80%. Arda's in there for 80%. Where's Pappy? Has Pappy been called up for AFCON? Oh, he's suspended. Okay. Wow. So that's quite easy then for us. So Pappy's suspended. Okay, so we need to take Pappy out then. And then Arda will be the defender. And then we can run with Ogden and Karimi. Okay, that's good. So he comes out. And then we play Karimi in here. Like that. And then of course we'd have Ali Varul in as well if we don't sell Ali Varul, and then we'd have João Figueiredo. Do you have some tips for cheap Super League players? What do you mean? What Super League are we talking about? Because there's a couple of Super Leagues. Turkish Super League. My best tip to you would be to scout and work out what are the teams that offer really good value for money. Because there are some good teams out there that offer really good value for money. For example, Gaziantep. But it depends on like where you want to try and play them. Like what you're trying to focus on in Sorare. Like you can see I have Ali Varul because he was perfect for Threshold. But I don't really have many other players from Sivasspor. So it all comes down to what you're trying to get out of Sorare. Arda, Hogan. I think we might captain Arda. Let's put Gradle in here for now as a stopgap, but we know that Figueiredo is going to be coming in, probably. Can we do trades again? Does anybody know if we can do the trades on Sorare? Like, has anybody tried doing a trade in the last 5 minutes and has it kind of been good or not? Has it gone through? We've also potentially got a cap 240 and a cap 220. I don't think we can do two. Do we have a starting goalkeeper? We don't. So our focus needs to be on cap 220 then. I think. We could try and hit cap 240. Do we have a good common goalkeeper? Guys in the chat, has anybody done any trades at all recently, like as in the last 5 minutes? Oh, we don't have a common goalkeeper. Well, that probably makes sense because there's not actually many games happening, is there? Would have to get a Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, Barcelona, or Osasuna goalkeeper. It would probably be the Barcelona keeper. Is Penna available in the amateur? He is as well. Wow, look at that. He is actually available. Narky Penna in the amateurs. That could be the replacement there then. Pick scores for game week 440, goalkeeper. And then if we look at Champion Europe, okay, yeah, it's going to come up there. Interesting. Let's have a quick look at... You got a score of 41.5. Yeah, he's got a 40 cap, isn't he? He's a bit of a cheat code, actually, Penna. And he's perfect because I have a goalkeeper of Stolly, who's is exactly the same cost. So I can just swap out Stolly and put Penna in like that. Just having a little look to see how he done in the last game, scoring-wise as well. Where's he at? Here we go. It's not been scoring that good, to be honest with you. But it's a home game against Osasuna. It says he doesn't have a game, but there is coverage for this now, isn't there? So yeah, there is coverage for it. We know that there's coverage for it. We're going to make the swap, I think. Stolly's not really doing anything for me anyway. Let's swap him in. Oh, we can only have 3 players from Barcelona. We have Balda, Penna, and Gundogan. Okay, I'm with you. Right, I didn't realise that. Wasn't aware we had 3. Forgot about Balda. So let's swap out Balda. Let's add him in. Yeah, we've got Balda. Quite like having Gundogan, even though we're not really using him, but just, yeah, he scores way better. And then let's just swap in whoever. It doesn't really matter, actually, because we're not really, obviously, this doesn't really matter too much anymore, does it? It used to matter when we had the amateurs, but now it doesn't. Just try and bring in somebody who's, do we have a couple of Real Madrid players at all? I don't actually think we've got many Real Madrid players. If we can get a Real Madrid player, Brereton Diaz is here. We need to replace him now that he's moved back to England. Yeah, we don't have 2 Real Madrid players. Let's try and get another Real Madrid. FT, would you put a cap 240 of 4 players or cap 240 or 240 without a goalkeeper? I'm probably going to be doing 220, yeah, rather than 240. I don't think I've got... I want to have an option to do 220, which is why we're doing a swap now. But to be honest with you, the 240 is the way to go. And it comes back to the point we're making where it shouldn't really be like that. You should be thinking, oh, I can win a card reward in cap 220 that will be worth winning. But the reality is that they're not. And so logically, if you think that you can win a tier 3, actually a tier 2 limited in and above in cap 220, then you should realistically go in cap 220. I don't think we can, but I want us to have the option. So 240 should really be the way to go, if we're being honest. Let's put down here, Real Madrid. Is there a Real Madrid defender? There's Ferland Mendy. Unai Nunez is a good one. He's not Real Madrid, but we might look at getting him in because he is good. Yeah, I mean, it's not Real Madrid, but let's do it. Let's put Unai Nunez in. Is he gone? There he is, Unai Nunez. Confirm. All right, in we go. Let's do it. Okay, so if we look at our cap 240, because it's a good question from Twisted Fortune. If we looked at cap 240 ourselves, right, then we don't have a starting goalkeeper. Okay, so we've got Miyama Yildirim, who's a backup goalkeeper. He has a game. So we could play him just in case something, you know, happens to the main goalkeeper. And then our options for the rest of the positions, Happy suspended. We know that now. Ahmed Oguz, I don't think is suspended. We can just double check it. No, he's not. And then we have Jevtovic or Cardoso, or both actually, because Gradle's not going to be available. So we could do Jevtovic in there. And then look, do we have a forward? We don't have a forward. Yeah, look. We don't have a forward. So I don't actually think, realistically, we could put even a cap 220 team together here. Like I would need to go out and get like a limited forward. And I'm not going to do it for cap 220 or cap 240. Especially with if I had like 5 players, then I might consider going out and buying like a 60p forward to give us a good chance of hitting the threshold. But because we know we've already got a player missing, and the rest of the guys that we would have in here, they're okay, but they're not super strong. Like Cardoso's decent. We would then need a forward. And even then, we might still miss out on the threshold. So for me, I'm not going to do it. And yeah, for cap 220, we're definitely not going to do it. Because let me just show you. We do talk about it a lot, but for cap 220, there's only 245 limited cards in here. And look, this is a nonsense, really. This is a nonsense. Now, there's not going to be a massive prize pool in here because there's not many games that are being played, right? It's mainly just only the Turkish Super League, and then a handful of the Spanish Super League, Spanish Super Cup games, right? But this is the nonsense as to why the game is so broken when it comes to rewards and incentivizing users like me to spend more money in the game. Because the top reward is a tier 2, right? That's what you get if you finish in the top 5 positions. If you win it, you get a tier 2. There's no tier 1s, there's no stars, right? Then from the 6th place to the 45th place, there's a tier 3. Then outside of that is tier 4s and tier 5s, right? The tier 5s are 60p. The tier 4s are about £1, give or take. The tier 3s, depending on where you finish, you're looking at somewhere between just over £1 to maybe £3, £3.50. So in order for you to win something that's really worthwhile, you need to finish in the top 5 positions here. You basically need to win it. To win something that's of significant value, there's going to be a player that's worth winning. And this is why it's so broken. Because I should be looking at this and thinking, I should be looking at my team and thinking, okay, I don't have a goalkeeper. I don't have a forward. I really need to go out, do some scouting, and then try and pick up a player. So I've got a really good chance then of winning a card in this competition. Because if I go into it and I don't have those players, then I've got no chance of winning the cards. The way that I'm looking at it is I don't have those players, and actually it doesn't matter. In fact, it doesn't even make sense for me to go out and buy players because I would spend more money than what I can win as a reward unless I came in the top 5. So it doesn't really make sense at all. Yeah. So we're not going to do any limited things whatsoever. Delete. And it shouldn't be like that. I should honestly be thinking, how can I go out and put together a full team for this? And everybody should be thinking that. And it's a problem for Sorare when the users are not thinking like that. Because if you think about it, if I'm thinking like that, how many other managers playing the game are thinking, what's on offer in this competition? Do I have enough players to enter it, to win? No, I don't. Should I go and get some players? And then they look at the prize pool and they're like, no, because it's not worth it. So then they don't spend in the game. And this doesn't help the game. This doesn't help the game. Like, technically, I could spend. I really could spend. I could. I've got £7.78 sitting in there. Um, the game hasn't given me a reason to spend for this game week. Right, let's take a little break. I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Okay. Right. I'm back, guys. So just took a little bit of a breather. We've been live for just over 3 hours. And yeah, we've been trying to sell a lot of cards on Sorare, limited cards mainly, which we were having some success doing, but then the trading on Sorare kind of got a little bit broken. There was some kind of a bug. So we've not been able to sell any more cards to the bots, but we are going to we're going to have a little look now to see if we can do it. And then, yeah, hopefully if we can sell more cards live on the stream. The reason we're selling cards, limited cards, if you don't know, is we're going to take that money that we get from the sales and we're going to put it straight into Pooky. Because Pooky at the moment is just almost unmatched for the returns that you can get in a game like a Web3 fantasy game versus the time, effort, and the money that you put into it. So for very little, you can get like ridiculous amounts out of it. And the example that I was using at the start of the stream was that we basically spent 2 minutes of our time last week to put the same score for every single game that we predicted in for different leagues, and we ended up winning £20. And it's a no-brainer, and it's not a one-off. This is the sort of returns that we're becoming used to now. And it just doesn't make sense to me anymore to kind of have, how much did we have? I think I have like nearly £300 tied up in limited cards here. But kind of every week, we're struggling to win a reward that's worth more than 60p. Look, 277. So we're trying to basically reduce how much we have tied up in limited cards and then just be smarter with our money. We're still keeping our money in rare because I think rare is really cool on Sorare. And I think the returns are good, especially for the threshold. But for limited, it just doesn't make sense to me to have so much of that money tied up in a scarcity that's just not delivering decent returns. And the cards are just like dive bombing to the floor as well. So we're going to shift it. Who's in the chat? Who's here? It's so quiet in the chat. Do we need to do something different in the chat? Why don't I ask you guys a question in the chat? Let's try and trigger some activity again because it's super quiet in here. It's super quiet. Let's do a poll actually. Poll's quite a nice way to liven the chat up. Let's do a little poll here. So just a bit of a fun poll. The question's going to be, should Sorare, okay, here we go. Should Sorare remove the threshold? Right? Two questions, one question, two answers here. Yes or no? Okay, you don't need to use any free Tip Scout Fund coupons. We'll give you guys 2 minutes to get involved in that. So just a little bit of a fun thing to wake up the chat, liven up the chat a little bit. Should Sorare remove the threshold? That is the question to the chat. Put your votes in, and we'll have a look at what everyone thinks at the end of the poll. And in the meantime, we'll also, we'll see if we can sell more cards here. The 100% no question again. Hope not, as I'm restructuring the club around limited cap 240 and rare cap 240. Hello to Mark Gork as well. Servus. Wie geht's, Mark? I like your streams in German, man. I'm learning a lot. Ich liebe so viele Deutsch. Wann bin ich in deiner Stream? I know that German's really bad, but I like it. Yeah, I like just like jumping in and listening to the German. Like I was listening to you talk yesterday on your stream, and it was quite interesting because I was actually understanding a lot, and I was following a lot as well, and so I was quite impressed because I'm doing Duolingo every day now for German, I'm doing about 10 minutes every day again. It's like my New Year's resolution. Yeah, and I'm kind of, it's getting me back into the flow of like hearing German again and like putting words together in a sentence to make sense of the sentence, right? Really cool. Nicht schlecht. The word that the phrase that Duolingo has got me saying a lot is, if I can remember it, uh, ich bin angeregt. Yeah, angeregt. I think that's the word. Ich bin sehr angeregt und ein bisschen nervös. So I'm very excited and a little bit nervous. I can't remember if I'm saying angerect correctly or not. That is the word for exciting, right? Angerect, I think. Yeah, it is, right? Yeah. That's it, angerect, yeah. There's so many cool German words that I love. I like Haslich, for example. Haslich is really cool. So yeah, I'm loving your streams, man. I'll try and jump in. Nobody would use it, but it's actually what you would want to say. Yeah, it didn't sound like that's the sort of thing that people would say. That's the funny thing with Duolingo. They always give you like they give you so many different words and phrases to say that you think, do people really say that? Because I don't think they do. But it's also just quite useful to learn those types of expressions. What are we doing? Sorry, we need to see if we can make another trade. Why is this one open still? Didn't we sell those cards? Oh, Mark, by the way, because I know you would want to, maybe you've seen my post on Twitter, maybe you haven't, but I know that you're always asking and you're always keen to learn and know how we get on with our little Pookie experiments. You might have seen the tweet, but if you didn't, then this is actually how we got on. I think, did we not finish above you? I think we finished above you, no, Mark, for the Italian league. Look, for our 3-2 in the Italian league, we actually ended up finishing the highest out of all the leagues that we predicted in. And we earned the most amount of Matic, 24.87. We ended up finishing 25th. 25th. You got first, did you really? Oh, this is you. Oh my God. Wow. I always forget this is you, you know. Look at your collection of Pokeballs. It's so amazing. Legendaries, epics in there. Wow. So you got a huge amount. Did you finish first in the base as well? Ah, you didn't finish first in the base though. But the boosted, you must have got hundreds, no? Yeah, you won 161.79 Matic. Wow. That is a lovely return. That is a lovely return. Ahead of you in the base for sure. How many exact scores did you get? Like, how good do you think you done? Because I'm actually really happy with this, given that we put like a 3-2, which is, you know, such a uncommon scoreline in the Serie A. I'm actually really happy because we only got 3 games where we got no points at all. And half of our points did come from this exact score. So if we hadn't have got this, we probably wouldn't have done so great. But this is why I love this strategy, because it's very like high risk, isn't it? Not really high risk, actually. It's almost low risk, but it's a higher risk because you're predicting scores that you know aren't really going to happen. So kind of like high risk, high return. You got 900 points out of the Inter Verona. No way. Really? What did you put for the Inter Verona to get 900 points there? Because it was only a 2-1, which I think was probably quite like an expected score, no? You got 4 games with 0 points. Wow. God, you got 4 games with 0 points. You still ended up finishing first. That's what I love about this game, that you can still do kind of not that great, but end up placing really high and getting some incredible returns from it. Look at that, guys, in the chat. Mark Gork finished first, and he got, in the Italian league, he got 4 games where he got nothing from. In fact, you got more games where you got nothing from than me. I went for the 3 too. I only got 3 that gave me 0. I'm pretty happy with that now, knowing. But incredible. So really well done, because, I mean, of any game week and any competition to come first in, this was the one with there only being 3 leagues in the game week, and that one having the most amount of the prize pool from it. Incredible. Really incredible. Okay, we do actually need to, I mentioned it earlier, we do actually need to level up our Pokeball. Oh, we've just missed the drop as well. As in, the next drop's happening, but I was thinking that we could maybe buy a sticker pack, but they've sold out now. So the next drop for stickers is in 22 hours time, with the Pokeballs as well. Okay. That's cool, though. That gives us some time to get the money into the game. Yeah, it is low risk, yeah. Yeah, it's very low risk, because basically there's, what I meant by that, probably sounded really confusing, is that it is low risk, right? But if you do 5-5 or 6-6, right, that is a high risk strategy, because you know that there's not going to really be any games that, there's not going to be enough games, first of all, that are 5-5 or 6-6, right? So it's higher risk because you're not going to be as accurate. But yeah, the risk itself in terms of like Pookie is very low, because you're just buying a Pokeball and then you just use it to predict, and you don't need to actually then risk your money, right? So that's what I meant when I talked about it, saying it's high risk. Yeah. Last 2 weeks weren't that great, but Serie A saved me. I mean, yeah, the Serie A that you won there is incredible. Technically, we have enough Matic already to go and buy another common. But I'm still going to be taking money out of Sorare, because the limited scarcity is just trash, in my opinion. I hope it can get to a good state again, but right now it's just awful. Let's try and... Did we hold on a minute, what? I'm so confused as to what's happened. I thought we sold. Did we not accept that offer? Oh, we couldn't accept it. We couldn't accept it because, yeah, like, so it's been cancelled by the bot. We couldn't accept it because there's been this bug in the game. Can we accept this one now? Or is there still the bug in the game? Ah, I've messed up the password there. Oh my God. This is one of the annoying things about having a long password, is that you get it wrong. There we go. Yeah, so it's still bugged in the game. So we can't accept this offer. It's a bit annoying, isn't it? Let's go over to Pookie, though. What we're going to do on Pookie, again, I'm going to give everyone the link for Pookie in the chat in case you want to give it a try. This has been the whole point of the stream, is that you can basically win a ton of money with little to no effort, time, knowledge, money. It's just, it's a no-brainer to be playing right now. We're going to upgrade this ball here 1 level. It's going to cost us 275 POC tokens. We've got 2,000, because we just won 1,700 on the weekend, which is lovely. Do not hire this man for the nuclear launch. Yeah. I'd fuck it up. By the time I get my password right, they've already got off like 10 missiles, and we're still trying to do the password correct to get our one nuclear missile away. Let's put it on over 2.5. There we go. Confirm. All right. Refresh that. Okay. Do we have any more? We can upgrade this one. We don't actually tend to use this ball very often, which is why it's only level 17. But now we've got a really good chance to take it up a few levels here, so we'll do it. It's only going to cost us 53 Matic or 53 POC, sorry, to do. And again, we've got 1,740, so let's do that. This is why it was so significant that we won so much this weekend from this same score strategy, because the POC that we win is just as valuable as the actual money that we won. Okay, so what we're going to do here, this is our away. I think this is our away and over 2.5 ball. Yeah, it is, right? So over 2.5 to 24, then away, and then that to 25. Okay. Confirm. Refresh the page as well. Okay, we have a prestige of 39.5, and we've just gained 1 energy as well. So we're now up to 235, which is good. We probably have some stickers to level up as well. We do. Okay. Let's level up all our stickers then, because we have the POC to do it. We can take this one all the way up to, oh, we can't. We're just one short of being able to max this one out. Okay, let's do that. We're getting close to being able to ascend our stickers here. Okay. And then 4-1, this one can go up as well. Oh, this one can probably go up a lot. To that one there, let's do it. Confirm. Okay. We might be able to squeeze an extra energy out of here by updating our stickers. With the POC I won, I just ascended another beauty. Oh, I'm jealous, man. I'm jealous, but I'm happy for you. I really want to be able to ascend. What we're going to do, Mark, is we're going to... I don't know how long you've been on the stream for a while, right? You probably know that we're taking money out of Sorare. We're going to put it into POOKY, and then we're going to buy another common POOKY ball, and then we're going to start to ascend our common POOKY balls to turn them into rares, because I'm planning on turning 2 rares into an epic, but I'd also like to still have a rare. So that's what we're going to be doing. I want to sort of, because I don't like having the commons just sitting there. They need to start becoming something that I can use now. So we need to start, yeah, trying to ascend them. Let's take this one all the way up to level 34. Okay, continue. Hey, Free Tip Scout, just want to tell that I got my first rare threshold this game week at the first try. Hyper. Amazing. Amazing, man. I salute you. I salute you. I'm very happy to hear that. Please tell us the team that you've done it with. We'll check out your team in a minute, so everybody can join in with the success there. What's your name on Sorare Data? We'll bring up your team. We're gonna show you to the world. Your name is Hyper Skirt. Okay, cool. Just let me finish leveling up these balls here. These stickers, should I say. Then Valencia needs to be leveled up as well. This one could go up to level 7 too. We might as well, whilst we're at it, we might as well refill the pressure on our POOKY balls too. So we had 2,000. We have spent nearly, we've spent 600 to kind of get our whole collection in shape and ready for the start of the new game week. Let's go on to the Pookie balls here. Right. So, oh, wow. We don't actually need to refill the pressure on any of our balls. We've got them all at 90% and above. That's brilliant. I didn't actually know that. So we don't even need to spend any of our POC to refill our Pookie balls. They're already good to go for the next game week. Brilliant. Really good. Right. Let's go and have a little look at Hyperskirt. So, Hyper. There we go. Because he's just hit his first ever rare threshold. So we want to try and celebrate with him. Here we go, 281.57. He scraped it, but it doesn't matter how you do it. As long as you get over the line, that's the main thing. Oh, and I like the way you've done it as well. With the Turkish Super League boys here, Prip up front, who's actually a really good player for Threshold. And you can actually see why, because he has good AA. He's a good forward for Threshold. 7.3 is actually a little bit on the low side for him. He's actually quite good at getting AA of 10 points or more. So perfect type of player for Threshold. This guy's really cheap. This guy is such a bargain. And this guy is also perfect for Threshold. I think he's about, what, 15, 20 pounds? There we go, look. I said it before it even came up. This guy is so freaking cheap. And again, he's the perfect type of player that you need for rare Cap 240 Threshold. He has this really good level of scoring when he plays. He's got really good AA. He gets involved in decisives. Brilliant. I really like that you've got him. I like that pick a lot. And then you've also got, to pair up with him, you've got Ugar Sift C. No, actually, he doesn't pair up. He has the same card, but yeah, he's playing for a different team now. I don't really like this guy, if I'm honest with you. I'm not really a big fan. I think his scoring's a little bit too bad. But I like that it's paid off for you. He did actually do really well with a 21.54 AA. I like Caldrim too, and then I have Tascaran. How much did you get Tascaran for? You bought Tascaran on the 26th of December. Okay. You bought him for £155. Wow, what a bargain, man. Such a bargain. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot, man. I think you've done great. How did we get on with the poll? Sorry, I didn't even, I forgot about the poll. We asked a poll in the chat. Should Sorare remove the threshold? And 100% of you said no. No surprise there. Hopefully there'll be no changes made. Sorare tends to correct some scores late in the game week. They do, yeah. Yeah, good luck to you. You don't actually have a big cushion, like given that you're only 1.57 above it. But yeah, hopefully it's enough for you. I don't think you're too far away from a card reward, are you? Oh, 55 points away. Okay, fair enough. I just try to get the players as cheap as possible, and now I'm going to sell the players that I don't want and get some better cards. That's the way to do it, man. That is the way to do it. Your other players here are pretty cool too. You've got the GOAT, Sebastian Coates there. Ah, you've got a bit of a Dana kind of players represented. Cool, man. Very cool. Keep it going. Keep it going, man. Right. So over on Pookie, we can't buy any more Pookie balls or anything. Yeah. Juan Lukumi is really good. I agree there. He's actually a proper GOAT. We don't need to do anything here. What we are waiting to do, which we'll do tomorrow, we've already predicted a few games in the German League. I can't remember what we predicted. We've done 4-2 and 3-1. Don't ask me why I decided to do 4-2 and 3-1. They were just the scores that came into my head. What we'll probably end up doing, if I'm honest with you, we'll probably end up doing a 3-1 strategy this week for the Bundesliga. So this will be 3-1 to Leverkusen. This one will be like 3-1 maybe to Wolfsburg or Mainz, I don't know. But I think we'll do the same score. Because if it's not broken, don't fix it. It's working so well for us right now. We've consistently been winning tons of money every single game week for little time and effort. So we're going to continue to do it. If Erdogan does well tomorrow, his second game, maybe get the card award. Yeah, probably not. He'd need like a ridiculously big score for you. Thanks so much, Mark Gork. Appreciate your time on the stream today, man. Really appreciate it. So catch you on the next one. But yeah, really happy to hear that you won the threshold on the first try. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's a bit annoying that we can't sell our limited cards. It's typical, isn't it? That the one time we want to sell on Sorare is that Sorare's then stopping us from doing it. How has there not been a message that's been sent out on Sorare support yet about that? What's going on in the Discord? Let's have a little look in the Discord, actually. Let's bring it up on the Discord. Official support. No, that was from yesterday. Okay, so these guys here talking about the bug. Yeah, here we go. So there hasn't been it doesn't look like there's been a response yet to what everyone's experiencing, which is this kind of missing approval. Yeah, this is... Any of you more informed people got any info if the devs are fixing it at the moment? Yeah, this is something that I think Sorare need to be a lot better at. So we all know that there's an issue in the game where you can't trade right now and you're getting this missing approval error message. What Sorare should be doing pretty immediately when they see that message is they should be pinging a message out to the community to say, we're aware of a bug or like an issue that's preventing people from trading. We're currently working on it and we'll let you know soon when it's going to be resolved. What they kind of tend to do is they don't say anything, and then they probably are working on it. I'm sure 100% they're working on it, but then everyone's like, well, what's going on? When's it going to be fixed, right? So they're really bad at just kind of like just reaching out to the community and saying, don't worry, we're on it, and this is when we're expecting to get it fixed, or it has now been fixed. They don't do that proactive comms. So at the moment, we don't really have an idea when it's going to be fixed, and I'd like to see them do that better. They don't do it. I think that's one area of communication they should do. Yeah. So for the moment, we can't sell. We have sold a few cards, which is good. We got £7.78. If we could sell more, then we would. Yeah, I'm going to be making a loss number. What happened? Well, at the moment, you can't trade on Sorare. You can't send a trade offer. I don't think you can trade on the secondary market because there's an error which comes up, which prevents you from doing it. So, yeah, it's a little bit frustrating because we actually wanted to sell off a load of our cars live on the stream. We started to do it, and then, yeah, it kind of it didn't happen anymore. We got the bug error. Who doesn't have an invite to Rivals? Who's not playing Rivals at the moment that does want to play Rivals? Because if you're not playing and you want access, I can give you access right now, live on the stream. So just whoever says first will get the code. We'll get the invite code. Manulino 007. All right, man. Do you have a Twitter? You was the first to respond. So do you have a Twitter, man? If you've got a Twitter, I'm going to drop you a message with the link, and then that link will get you into Rivals. Hello also to Twitch Gaming. Nice to see you, man. How's it going for you? Everything's going good with us, buddy. Really cool. We were trying to sell a ton of limited cards here today. We were trying to, because we're going to take some money out of Sorare and we're going to put it into Pooky, where we are just winning a ridiculous amount of money. You know what it's like. You see me do it. We basically are almost just like messing about, putting in the same scores, right? But we're doing it regularly, and we're winning regularly, and we're winning far more than what we're winning on limited on Sorare. So we're going to take some of the money out of Sorare from limited. We're going to put it into Pooky to buy another Pooky ball because it just seems like a better investment at the moment. Can you send it in Twitch DMs? It's easier for me. Okay, cool. I will. After the stream, Manulino, after the stream, I'll drop you a DM on Twitch, and then I'll give you the link, okay? I'll make a note of it as well. I'll make a quick note. Let me just quickly note it down so I don't forget after the stream. And then that invite will give you access to the Rivals, man, to be able to start playing it. Manulino 007, what a name. DM Rivals invite. Cool. All right, man. Yeah, and I hope you enjoy it more than I've been enjoying it. I'm sure you will. It is quite cool because it's nice and new. It is quite cool to check it out initially. And yeah, I hope that you will really enjoy it. I had a lot of pain in my calf since today, and I have no idea where it's coming from. I can't sit. I can't just lie down. That's so weird. Maybe you pulled a muscle. Probably it sounds like you pulled a muscle, or like you've got like a bit of damage on the nerve. Maybe. My common Pooky is at max level, and I get like 1 to 3 Matic each game week. What's your tip for me? Well, first of all, if you're winning 1 to 3 Matic on Pooky with a common Pooky ball between 1 to 3 each game week, I think you're doing really good. Because if you think about it, and if you guys don't know, that is a really good return on investment, because the common Pooky ball is worth 30 Matic, right? So if Hyper's winning between 1 to 3, then it's going to take him roughly around, let's say, 10 game weeks if he's being really good. But to be safe, let's say it's going to take him like 20 game weeks to win it, right? And that's actually not too bad. That's a couple of months to get a nice return there. And it's nice, slow plodding, winning it back, like clawing it back, right? I think if you own a common Pooky ball, if anybody's thinking of owning a common Pooky ball, you shouldn't own a common Pooky ball or buy a common one, expecting then to win like hundreds of Matic and like 20, 30 Matic every single week. Not really with a common. With a common, you've got a really good chance of winning pretty much what Hyper said there, kind of like 1 to 5, I'd say, maybe a little bit more each game week. Depends on the Pooky ball you have, and depends on how accurate you are with your predictions and how much luck you have as well. And if you can win that consistently, just a little bit every single game week, that every little bit that you win is gonna count, right? It's gonna matter. So eventually, you're gonna have won so much of those little amounts that you've actually paid. You've got the cost of your investment from that Pooky ball, right? And then it then means that you can take all that money. You could take the money out, but essentially you're now playing for pure profit on Pooky. I got 3.33 Matic in the last month. I think that's okay, but I think you could probably be doing a little bit better. Yeah, because it's difficult, but I think if you can be earning around at least one Matic per week, so that you're then earning kind of like around 4 to 5 per month with the common Pooky ball, then I think that's where you should be aiming for. So you might have just been a little bit unlucky. You might have been a little bit unlucky there with one game week where you just had a bit of a stinker. but try and aim to win between 5 Matic per month with a common Pokeball. And then obviously if you win more, even better. If you win a little bit less, it's not too much of an issue, but try to aim for 5. I think that should be the target for everyone playing Pookie. What the tip that I want to give Hyper, he says he can't afford a rare right now. Do you think it's worth buying a new common one? Yeah. So if you can't afford to buy a rare, what you should do, because your common Pokeball is already maxed out, so get another common Pokeball and then max that other common Pokeball out. And then what you can do is you can then ascend the Pokeballs, which basically means in Pookie that you take your maxed out common Pokeball, you take the other maxed out common Pokeball that you're going to buy, and then you combine them. And then when you combine them, it will create a rare Pokeball for you, right? So rather than having to save up $96 or whatever for it, you just spend $24 on a common and just combine it with your existing common to then create a rare ball that's then worth $96. That's the best tip I could offer you, given the fact you've got a maxed out common Pokeball as well. That should be your next play. And that's what I'm going to be doing. So I have 33 Matic in the balance right now, which is $27. And what we're going to be doing in 22 hours time is we're going to be buying another common Pokeball. And the reason we're doing that is because what I'm on the verge of, I think, doing soon is you see these 2 balls here. These are 2 rare balls. One of them is 3 levels away from being maxed out. The other one is 10 levels away from being maxed out, which I think will happen kind of fairly soon within the next kind of month and a half, 2 months, right? So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine these 2 and I'm going to create an epic Pokeball, which is worth, how much is it worth now, the epic? Nearly $400, right? So I'm going to combine 2 $96 rare balls to create a $400 ball. And I could sell it if I wanted to then. But the plan is to create an epic and then to use the epic to try and place higher up in the rankings, right? But then when I do that, I'm then only going to have 2 rare balls here. And I have like 3 commons. So what I really need to do, I think, is to buy another common, because then I will have 4 commons, which then means I can combine like twice. I can combine the two commons twice to then create 2 additional rare balls. So I'll then have 1 epic and then 4 rares. And I think that's what I want to have. Is it easy to sell? I haven't sold any, so I can't comment on that. I haven't sold any. I have no plans to sell my Pokeballs at all. I haven't sold any stickers. So if anybody has sold Pokeballs and stickers, then let us know your experience of selling them. You can't sell them in the game at the moment because they don't have like an in-game marketplace where you can trade with other managers, but it is coming in the near future. However, because it's a game that reads your wallet, your Web3 wallet, and it basically, the Pokeballs don't, like the Pokeballs and stickers don't live in the game. They live on the blockchain and in your wallet. Then what you can do is you can go to like a third-party marketplace called OpenSea, which is to show you now, if you don't know it. OpenSea, this is like the eBay of the eBay NFT marketplace, right? So this is the marketplace to be selling NFTs and buying NFTs, right? From other people out there. And if you go on OpenSea and then you would type in Pookie, you can see Pookie stickers comes up because that was our recent one. But if you type in Pookie, it then shows you Pookie stickers, whatnot. If we type in Pookie, I think we can find Pookie balls as well. Here we go. Pookie balls here. And then this is kind of like the dedicated page for Pookie to be buying and selling outside of the game, right? Yeah, so if you wanted to buy and sell, you could do it here too. But I think if you can, try and do it in the game. The reason I always recommend that you should try and buy the Pokeballs in the game, right? and this is no joke, this is legit, is that the more Pokeballs that Pookie sell, then the higher the prize pool goes up. So you might have noticed that last week the prize pool was 7,000, right? Now it's 7,200. So if you wanted to buy a Pokeball, buy it on Pookie, because then it means that you're competing for a bigger prize pool, because when they sell X amount of Pokeballs, it then triggers an increase in the prize pool. So rather than going on to an OpenSea to buy them, which you could do, right? Buying on Pookie just means that you're going to be competing for a bigger share of the prize pool, a bigger prize pool in general. Also, the animation when you buy a pool on Pookie is cooler. Yeah, it is as well, to be fair. Yeah, and especially if you use the link as well. Like if you use the link for Pookie, which is my link here, the link that will give you, it will give you a discount, it will give you a free Pokeball. It just basically gives you the best start possible. Then that link there will give you a discount from buying a Pokeball in the game. And that's, you know, obviously you don't get that discount if you bought a Pokeball on OpenSea. So it's another incentive to buy from them. Why are you selling Ali Varul? I'm actually not. I often get asked this question, and I feel like sometimes, I know you haven't asked before, so I'm definitely going to answer it. But I feel like sometimes when I've explained this in the past, right, there has actually been a lot of managers that don't really understand. So I wonder if I can try and explain not only Ali Varul, but I have loads of other players that are up right now for sale that I'm not really selling, right? I'm not really selling. So let me give you an example of what I do. Imagine you're living in your house, right? And you're very happy with your house and you're very happy living in that area. You're very settled and you're very happy being there. And you can't almost imagine moving anywhere else, right? You've got no intentions to sell. But you see some of the prices of the other houses around you, right? And you know that your house has probably risen in value too. So there could be an opportunity for you to sell for profit if you really wanted to. But you don't really want to sell, but you also don't mind maybe putting a tentative kind of like position of your house up for sale, but you put like a high amount on because you're not desperate to sell, right? You almost want to just test the market out. That's what I'm basically doing. I'm very happy with Ali Varul. I don't want to sell him. I'm very happy to keep him. He's like my threshold goalkeeper. I have him up listed for sale because if somebody's willing to pay me £300 for Ali Varul, then he can go for £300. So it's almost like a release clause that players have in their contract, right? Like if you want this Ali Varul from me, then you have to pay that. And I don't think anyone's going to pay it. And that's absolutely fine because I'm very happy with him. But if I don't have him up listed for sale, because he was in a team that I entered from the weekend, I cancelled that team because that team was not going to hit the threshold, right? So once I cancelled that team, I then have a team that's not in a lineup, but I've also not listed any of the players, right? So I thought, well, I might as well list him up and put a price up on him that probably no one's going to match. But then that's absolutely fine because then I just delist him and I can just play him for the next game week. And when I explained that before, I had a lot of criticism and a lot of managers actually, not here on the channel, by the way, but just like over on Twitter, that used to kind of say, well, Free Tip Scout, you know, like why do you always say that it's really difficult to sell on Sorare, but then you're listing a card up for like way higher than what they're going for on the floor? And I was like, well, look, this player I'm not really selling. It's just like if for example, someone was willing to pay it, then I'd be happy to let them go for that. But I'm not actively selling them, right? Other players that I will put up on the market, I'll put them at the floor or lower than the floor. And those players I'll really want to try and sell, but then often they'll struggle to sell. And so my complaints on selling don't include these types of players. Another example is João Figueiredo. João Figueiredo, I bought not that long ago, right? And I'm actually very happy with him. He's kind of good for me. Look, I've got him listed up at £70. His lowest is 45, and I'm pretty sure that he won't sell for 70. It's absolutely fine because I'm not really selling him. I'm just like, well, I might as well list him if he's not in a lineup, right? So yeah, that's the thing. Something I've learned from trading on video games for 10 years is always list your stuff for higher when you don't play, because sometimes there's a lazy buyer, unwritten rule. Exactly. If you're really happy with something and you don't really want to sell it, then you'll list it like way higher, because then if it does sell, you're happy because you sold it for way higher than what, you know, everyone else is selling it for and what technically you would have sold it for if you were going to sell it. So it's always been, whenever I've done any type of like trading or playing a game where it involves buying and selling, right? I'll always list something really high that I really don't want to sell. And something that I do really want to sell, I'm going to list really, really cheap because I want to get it out the door and I want to make the money, right? So that's kind of the strategy, isn't it? The things you want, you list really high. The things you don't want, you list really low. Yeah. But it's so bizarre because, I mean, it's great that you guys kind of get that mindset and that thinking. But honestly, it's so bizarre. Like months ago, I just remember there were so many people on Twitter that didn't really seem to grasp that concept. That like, I'm not actively selling that player. They're just listed because why not, right? Why not see if anyone's willing to pay that? If they don't, it's absolutely fine. But, you know, I might as well try it. There's nothing, you don't lose anything. If you had to pay a fee, just to list your card on the marketplace, then for sure he wouldn't even be up here. Like if we had to pay a fee to list them, right? Then there's no way I would be listing him for £70, right? I wouldn't even have him up for sale. Would that be a good thing? Probably not, but also kind of yes and no. I mean, they kind of done it with list or play, didn't they? They said with list or play, you basically pay a fee, or the basically the buyer, the seller pays a fee when the card is sold. But the list or play means that you can't both list your card and play them, so that in theory there's less cards in the market. If you had to pay a small fee to even list your card on the market, we're not even talking about selling the card, just to list the card on the marketplace. Do you think that would be a good or a bad thing for the game economy and the supply in the game? By the way, have you read the Medium article from UC? And if so, you like the changes? I did read it, yeah. I read it. I do like it. The only thing that I don't like is, and I'll be honest with you, the only thing that I don't like is I don't like that they went all in on the lower leagues not that long ago. Really not that long ago. They picked up all those leagues, right? And they're now dropping them. And I don't really like that. I think I do like it because I think it makes sense that they're doing it. I just don't like that if you make such a decision like that not long ago and then you almost kind of reverse it not soon after, it does make me worry a little bit about, do they really have a clear vision and clear idea about what they're doing and where they're taking the game? And I also had the same doubts when, who done the same thing? I had the same doubts about Sorare when Sorare announced with the fitness update that this is something that they've been planning for years. This is something that they think is going to be perfect to take the game into the next level with the fitness and the facilities and stuff. And then they basically 2 weeks later completely went back on the whole thing and scrapped it. And scrapping it wasn't the bad thing, because I think that was the right decision. But what was worrying me is that Sorare didn't have the backbone to go through with something that apparently they put a lot of time, effort, thought, planning into. If it was such a strategic thing that they were saying is part of the game, then such a strategic, such an important, significant step in the game, then you shouldn't backtrack on it completely and bin it 2 weeks later. And that was worrying for me. So when I read the UC article, I actually really liked it. But the thing that I didn't like was the fact that they're now backtracking on those leagues that they basically onboarded, and they don't want to focus on those. They want to focus on the bigger leagues. And I was just like, oh, it doesn't seem like very clear, but all the other stuff I really liked. Yeah. Yeah. It was a bizarre one from them, wasn't it? Yeah, they should have. Yeah. I think, you know what, Twitch, I think if they'd have said in the article that they made a mistake and that in hindsight it wasn't the right decision, then I probably would have been a bit more comfortable reading that article. But when you read something and you kind of don't, I think they were kind of okay in the article, but as I say, it wasn't that long ago that they were hyping up those leagues, saying this is great, this is going to be, this is an amazing thing for the platform. And then I think is it like 6 months later? Maybe it's a bit more than 6 months, actually, to be fair, but it's certainly within a year that those leagues are now almost just being dumped, being abandoned. It's just not a very good look for the game, I think, and for the team behind it. Everything else is great. I had a message on the break. I checked my messages earlier. I had a message from Play Sharper, who reached out to me to say, am I playing UC? And I said, I am. I don't know why they messaged me. But I kind of responded back to him to say, I'm playing it. I keep saying I want to play it more seriously. I want to invest more in it. I just haven't done it yet, but I will be doing it after reading all the changes. Yeah, definitely. Only negative for me is I can't farm MGC anymore from there, which was easy. Yeah. They should have said from the start that it's an experiment for one to see how it goes instead of acting like they'll be in the game for longer. One of these half-baked decisions. Yeah. I also think, though, that even though I didn't like it, I think when you consider the negative kind of impact or the negative look that has, and you compare it to some of the things we've seen on Sorare, it pales in comparison to some of the things we've seen in Sorare in the past. So it's actually not that negative when you compare it to some of the poor decisions or comms or whatever Sorare have done. So yeah, it kind of actually looks okay. Right. Can we sell? Can we sell yet? Should we try a sale? Let's do it. Let's see if we can accept. Hold on, offers received. I really had a plan to try and sell as many limited cards as we could on today's stream. I actually didn't think it would be possible because I didn't think that the bots would accept our offers, but they are. But we now just can't sell them because the game's not allowing us to sell them. Let's dive into chat for a little bit. Let's also get some free tip scout fund coupons going for a little bit too. No, we haven't done those, I think. Let's put Timo Pookie up. Let's put Go Shopping up. Find a player. Pick my lineup. Put your game week glasses on. Basically everything. We could do giveaway time as well, I guess, right? We could do that. And then review my gallery. Can't do show me the money at the moment, but we will be able to do that soon again this week, probably, or next week. The reason we can't do it is because I don't have enough. I don't have like £10 in the game right now, and I don't really want to be depositing £10 into the game when I'm trying to take money out of the game, and we're trying to make money. So basically, let me sell more cards first. That's what I'm saying. And then give me this week to sell more cards. I'll take some of the money out and I'll leave some money in so that anybody that has the 75,000 and wants to do the show me the money, I can then go and buy you somebody. But yeah, I'm not looking to deposit anymore into the game. For me to play UC seriously, I should use my laptop. Yeah, you should. It's quite difficult to do on mobile. Even though they've made it better on mobile, I still find it too difficult to do on mobile. Have you a decent EPL player to sell for €5 or less? I don't think I do, if I'm brutally honest. I'd like to say yes, but I don't think we do. I'll have a quick look now. English Premier League. We have all of my... Neco Williams is pretty decent, though, to be fair. These are all the players that we've got. Let's filter by the scarcity here into limited. The Luton Town boys were not selling. So you can see here, basically my Premier League players are Luton Town. And then I have Neco Williams, who's like the odd one out. So Neco Williams is probably the one player I've got. Yeah. Other than that, no. Need to save another 30k for Show Me the Money. If I can't win a giveaway here, I need to change tactics. Yeah. You need to go for the guaranteed card that you can get, right? Another 30,000 is actually not that much, is it? Getting another 30,000. You'll get that easily, I think. Really easily. Maybe we need to start doing some predictions on Marvel Snap as well. So you guys can wager whether I'm going to win battles or not, or whether I'm going to get through to the next round. We'll keep looking for EPL player then, because I need one. You're going Osasuna stack against Barca. Oh my God, that is the Suicide Squad, isn't it? Well, if that pays off for you, though, you're going to be laughing, because not many people would probably go hard on the Osasuna. One thing that we are waiting for, and I'm wondering why we haven't had it yet, is that we should have a Sorare roadmap soon. Because Nicholas Julia said that we'd be getting a roadmap soon. That was kind of over a week ago. Margot Robbie, whenever Margot Robbie is in the limelight, she's always trending. And I know it's because of the Golden Globes, right? But I'm not surprised to see there's like 92,000 posts on Margot Robbie. She's an absolute dream, though, to be honest with you. Absolute dream. I could look at her all day. Honestly, she's incredible. Very beautiful lady. To be honest, Barca isn't that good at the moment. Osasuna has a chance. You're right there, yeah, for sure. You're definitely right. Like, since we were looking at their keeper that they're using, Anarchy Penna, and he's not really been playing that well. He is a bit of a cheat code, though, if you didn't know. Anarchy Penna, because he's starting for Barcelona right now, and he has an L15 of 40. So you can actually draft him in as a common card to help you for Cap 220 if that's the competition that you're thinking of playing in this midweek. But yeah, you can kind of see the scoring that they've had. They're struggling for clean sheets. They're not really winning the way a Barcelona team should win. Yeah. So yeah, just keep that in mind, really. She is very pleasant for the eye, isn't she? A very good actress as well. She's actually really, a really good actress, isn't she? Every film that I've seen her in, she's been amazing. And I know that the Batman films, not the Batman films, but like the Suicide Squad, that kind of got like panned, didn't it? Quite a bit, because it was, the Joker was shocking in it. But Margot Robbie was brilliant at Harley Quinn in it. She was like perfect. I can't believe how well she done the accent for Harley Quinn. Somebody asked me earlier, I'm not sure if they're still here actually, but somebody asked me earlier on the stream, can I talk about my best rare cards? I've actually now got 53, which is a hell of a lot more than what I thought I'd have at this point in time. I will talk about a few players that I've picked up recently as well. What I'm really in need of is I'm in need of an America rare goalkeeper, which I'll hopefully try and do soon. Daryl Dike, if you don't know, Daryl Dike has just returned from injury, and he scored in his return, in his very first game back, in the FA Cup. Daryl Dike's going to be an absolute cheat code in Sorare because he's already fantastic. West Brom are having a fairly decent season, and he will score a lot of goals for them in the second half. And he has no cost, as in like you can play him at the moment in the cap modes for nothing. He's been out for so long, he doesn't have an average score, so he'll cost nothing at all. But yeah, a couple of the players that I've picked up recently, Philip Heisar, Jonathan Harris was an interesting one. I actually quite like Jonathan Harris. He doesn't really play enough at the moment for what they called Molenbeek, right? The Molenbeek team. He is injured at the moment, and he's not going to have his contract extended for after this season with Molenbeek. They've already said they're not extending it. So in the summer, he's going to be a free agent, which means that there's a bit of a risk there. He could either be picked up by a club in a division that's not covered by Sorare. He could retire. Like he could go and join a team that's really crappy. There's a little bit of a risk there, but honestly, the £2.12 for a rare card of Jonathan Harris was just like, yeah, I don't care about the risk. The risk is not bigger than the £2.12. The upside is way bigger. So I picked him up. I like him. And yeah, I'm going to be hopefully using him in Threshold in a bit. Philip Heiss is great too. This was our reward that we won. This is another example where I'm not really selling him because I'm actually quite excited about this youngster. I think he's a good talent. I've looked into him since I've won him, and I'm actually really impressed with what I've seen. So I'm absolutely in no rush to sell this guy, and I'm very happy to keep him. But again, I put him up for way higher than what he's been selling. And I think I even put him up when there was no other rare cards for sale. This is actually a strategy that you should do. Okay, especially if you're new to Sorare. If you have a player and there are no cards of that player on the market, then you should sell them. You should list them. Even if you don't sell them, you should list them. Because then you basically have a monopoly. Like Sorare aren't auctioning him at the moment. No other manager in the game is selling this player. I would be mad not to get him up listed so that if there is a fan of this type of player, maybe there's a fan of Schalke that really wants this player because they really know he's a talent, then they might even be prepared to pay over the odds for this player. And there's nowhere else for them to go other than to then start reaching out to the people that aren't selling him, which is just a bit of a pain and a hassle to do, right? So almost as a general rule of thumb, if you have players and there's literally no cards of them on the market, you'd be mad not to get them listed up, which is why I've got him listed up. I have a super rare listed and I'm the only one. Yeah, exactly. You should definitely do it. Definitely do it. Like, because if you don't have him listed up and then there is that one manager out there that's really seeking that type of player, you're missing out on a sale. You're missing out on a potential sale of a player and you're missing out on potentially big profit. So everybody should really get into the habit of doing that. Just make sure that you set a price that if they do sell at the list, and you'd be happy with the price here. So if I sold him for £70, I'd actually be really happy with that. Because I think he's only really been selling for what, 30 or so, 37, 38. So I'm listing him well above, but I can do that because I don't really want to sell him. And he's the only one on the market right now. So I have basically I have seller power rather than the buyer having the power over me, because there's like 50 other of those cards. The power is with me, the seller, because I'm the only one that is selling this type of player. There was also Sutonio Pavel trader strategy. Yeah, there is. There's always that. Right, let's go back. I'd say that my best rare cards at the moment would be Leonardo Morales, who I'm really happy that we've got, because he's just going to be a monster for us when the Argentina League is back. I'd also say as well Hervé Kofi as the goalkeeper, because Hervé Kofi can give us some amazing scoring for a goalkeeper. And he's young still. He's an international. So I think we got a really good price on him, Hervey Kofi, for what he gives you in Sorare. I also think that Daryl Dike is one of our best players as well now that he's back from injury. Abdul Kahar Kadri is one of our best players too. So is Bokat. Smolcic is one of our best players. Tucci used to be one of our best players, but he's now transferred to a club that is not covered. So it's really annoying because he's actually amazing. It's a good move for him, but it's just not a good move for me in Sorare. And then Augustin Biaki is one of our best players. I can't wait for the Austrian Bundesliga to come back so we can start using him again. And then other than those two, the others that I think are also some of my better players here are Zapa, Zalahi, and then Browers. You guys know I'm going to say Browers. Browers is brilliant. One thing I keep in mind when listing a player is always add 5% first on the initial price to cover the percentage Sorare takes. Yeah, absolutely agree. Oh, I know what we haven't done. Guys, I know what we haven't done. It's only just come to my mind. We haven't done Beat the Base on Pookie. We haven't done Beat the Base at all. We need to figure out Beat the Base. So we have 4. We have 4 leagues to choose from. We can actually do a poll for this one. Do you play Football Manager? I do. I don't play it so much at the moment because I can't find the time to play it amongst the streams that we're doing. I was streaming Football Manager and we done a series, kind of a combined Football Manager Sorare series that I actually thought was really interesting, but yeah, it didn't really get enough attention, so we stopped doing it. But I do play Football Manager. I love it. I think it's a good game. I'm looking forward to the new game that's coming out, FM25, but I'm going to need a new computer for that. Let's put a poll out here. So the poll that I'm asking you guys is, which league do we choose for Beat the Base here? If you don't know what this series is, Beat the Base, it's a series which I run on my channel for Pookie. Or for me, but it's about Pookie. And it's a series that everyone can play in, and you can win stickers from me every single week playing it. There's no entry fee. Everybody can play in it. All you need to do is you need to own a Pokeball. If you own a Pokeball, you can play Beat the Base, right? And the way you play it is you just predict your scores normally, but I tell you, I choose a league. This week, you guys are going to choose it in a poll, which I'm going to send out to you in a second. So whatever league gets the most amount of votes is going to be the league that everyone needs to predict in this week. And then whoever gets the highest base score in Pookie, not the highest boosted score, because there are 2 different types of scores in Pookie. A boosted score is a score that includes your bonuses from your Pokeballs. The base score is your score without those bonuses from your Pokeballs, right? So it's really trying just to kind of reward the most accurate predictors out there in this series, right? So whoever gets the highest base score in whatever league we choose here is going to win a Pookie sticker from me. I will send it to you, and it's yours to do with whatever you want to do. You can sell it, you can put it on your Pokeball, and it will help you to get better rewards going forward, right? So what we're going to do, which league for Beat the Base? We're going to say the German league. We're also going to say the French league, Spanish league, of course. And then last but not least, the Italian league. Okay. You guys can vote with additional free Tip Scout Fund coupons. It will cost you 1,000 free Tip Scout Fund coupons for additional votes. And you guys have 2 minutes to vote as well. So vote now, because whatever league gets the highest amount of votes will be the league that we run Beat the Base in this week, where you can win some Pookie stickers. So away you go. Who's your favorite Wonder Kid in FM24. Honestly, I don't know. Probably it would be, I know this is probably going to be quite a basic one, but probably Evan Ferguson. Because Evan Ferguson is a wonder kid in FM, and he's just very, very good in FM, and he's also really cheap as well. Like, I say he's really cheap, he's kind of not, because he has like a price tag of, I think it's up to about 50, 60 million, might even be more. I really like Evan Ferguson in general, and I like that he's still a wonder kid. Gianluca Prestiani is an absolute beast, says Pappy. So any of you guys that are playing FM, there you go. You've got a nice wonder gem of a wonder kid there. France, Germany for obvious reasons. Guys, do vote. Do vote here. You've got about a minute left to vote. Especially, let's bring it up here. Especially if you are good at Pooky, even if you're not good at Pooky, but you just want to have a chance of winning a prize, a Pooky prize, then, and if you think, okay, my best chance of winning is in a league like the German league because I know the German league well, or maybe it's the Spanish league because I have a Spanish, because I have like a good knowledge of the Spanish league, then this is your chance to vote and try and get the league that you want so you can improve your chance to win the Pooky sticker. Thoughts on Jackson to Chauto? To be honest with you, I'm not really too familiar with him. I've got to be honest with you. Prezzioni will sign for Benfica as soon as he turns 18. Been following him since his youth. He's insane, but Echeverri is clear. Right, how's the voting doing? Okay, so you guys have voted for... Let's have a quick look. You guys have voted for the German league. So the German league is the one we're going to do. So if you want to compete in Beat the Base this week, then you need to do your predictions in the German league. So German league, guys, that's the one you need to compete in. I don't know what sticker we're going to give away. Let's have a little look. Yeah, let's give this one away. Let's give the Dallas sticker away. So this sticker here, the Dallas sticker, you guys, one of you guys will be able to win it this week. Whoever gets the highest space score will win the Dallas sticker, which means that you will get a boosted score. You'll get a bonus when you predict on Dallas games, you know, FC Dallas from the MLS. So it's a pretty cool sticker to get with the MLS around the corner about to start again. Right. I think we're going to try one last time to see if we can sell our cards. And then if not, we're going to probably end the stream because we have another evening stream later on tonight. This offer actually got cancelled, which is a little bit annoying because we didn't action it for too long. Couldn't make yesterday's stream, but do you think your man is a good pickup? He is, yeah, but he was a better pickup before he moved. He's actually a player that I kept talking about a lot 3 or 4 months ago, saying this guy's really good because he was really cheap as well. And his L15 was really low at one point, but now he's been confirmed and he's moved. He's still a good pickup, but it just means you're paying way more than what you probably should have. What are we doing here? Let's just put Milicevic in like that. Let's see if we can get a trade done. Let's see if we can actually just like put a trade through. Not that we want to sell him. Or do we still get that silly offer approval thing? Error message. Because I wouldn't mind squeezing in a few more sales of limited cards live on the stream. The plan really was to try and raise like £20 on the stream. The offer's been sent. So can we do it again now? I guess we can, right? Have they fixed it? It looks like they fixed it. We'll try a bigger offer here. So what was our offer before? Offers received. Okay, he's rejected it. That's fine. We just wanted to see if we could send an offer, because for hours now we haven't been able to send an offer. Now that we can, let's go and send Basilbot a ton more cards to see if he will take them off our hands, and then we can hopefully raise some money where we can cash it out and take it to Pookie. Let's go all the way down to the bottom. Let's try some different cards here. Right, for example, Darmiao. I don't think I need Darmiao anymore. Let's also want to hold on to Morales, I think. Let's look at Marcus Pink, okay. Marlon, Martin Moorman. We need to get rid of some of these, really. Morishige can go in. This guy can technically go in. Michael Hoyos technically could go in. Mijo Cactus can go in. Neko Williams, I don't mind selling Neko Williams, actually. Nicholas Storm. Pedro Chiravella again. Philip Hoffman. Where's Stoger, for example? Well, let's do that for now. Let's see what he wants from that. I have 67p to help you get to that 20 ounce. Thank you for thinking of me, man. We need to reduce this down to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, hold on. Move the cursor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We need to get rid of 1. Let's get rid of De Los Santos here. Right, let's try that. Probably going to offer us like a really poor deal, but at this point, just because we're committed to reducing our we can't do it, actually. Okay, so we could send the one offer, but now sending this type of trade-off is not working. So before, we just sent one card with a little bit of ETH, and it worked. But now we're trying to send multiple. We're still getting the error message, which is coming up. Look, errors, missing approval for blah 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 blah. Okay. One thing that we should talk about, which we haven't talked about, I almost forgot about it. It's probably finished now, no? Is this club raffle? Oh no, it hasn't started. Is anybody doing the club raffle today? So this is the new system that Sorare are doing with dishing out the merchandise, and they're doing a raffle. Before they'd done it, it was 100 coins. This time it's 300 coins. I guess they're trying to make sure they reduce the demand for the shirts, right? Because 100 was quite low. I certainly wouldn't want it to go more than 300, though, if I'm honest with you. So I don't want to see this continue to climb. But 300 is kind of like a 3 times increase from the 100 they had before. I'm not doing it personally. I could do it. I'm not going to. It is quite cool. There's 120 unsigned Champion Europe jerseys from last season. So you could get like a Man City jersey. You could get like a Bayern jersey. You could get some really cool kits for it. They're not signed. I'm not personally doing it because I think if I am ever going to do it, I'm only going to do it for like 100 coins. I'm not going to spend 300. Because it's 300 coins doesn't sound like a lot, but actually it's 300 coins too much for me. 100 is more than enough, because it's basically a gamble. You don't actually know whether you're going to get it. So you're just trying to put yourself in with the chance of getting it. And I think if I'm going to do that, I'm going to do it for the bare minimum of 100 coins. Graham, you bought 15 tickets. And Twitch, you've bought 15 tickets as well. Wow, you guys have bought a lot. I hope you guys get one. Oh, the ticket sale will be between 2 p.m. and 7 p.m. Oh, okay. I didn't read that initially. That's cool. That's way more sensible than when they said you've got 10 minutes to do it. Like, that was such a stupid idea. Like, offering a proper window like this, a 5-hour window, is way more sensible to do. I do worry about Sorare sometimes when they come up with some things, because they are smart people. They have enough smart people over there to come up with some good decisions. But when you see them make a decision like you've got 10 minutes to put your raffle tickets in, you're like, well, why? Why have you got 10 minutes for people to get their votes in at that specific time? And I'm so glad they changed it, because it was just such a dumb thing to do. Super dumb. I got 25. Got to pump those numbers up, guys. Hello to the Don as well. And Franz Beckenbauer has died. Really? Oh, wow. What a shame. Oh, he is an absolute legend, Franz Beckenbauer. Even as an Englishman, you know that Franz Beckenbauer was like absolute top back in the day. Top player. Wow, what a shame. That's a bit of a blow. I used to love, like, when I watched the videos of him playing, I just used to think, because he was so unusual for like a defender player. He used to play as a defender. He almost kind of started what we're seeing today with like ball playing defenders and defenders that step out quite a bit and are quite adventurous. Yeah, look, he even says here, look, he's credited as invented the role of the modern sweeper as well. Wow, absolute legend. Absolute legend. A world legend, not just a German legend, a world legend. Yeah, sorry to see him die like that. I think we're going to end the stream. I was hoping that we could sell some more cards here. As it happens, it's the rare of inadvertently sabotage us from doing so. So for the moment, we keep a lot of our money still tied up in limited cards. But the plan for today was to move more money into POOKY, move it out of Sorare, keep all of our rares. We're not touching the rares. We're happy with those. But to shift out a lot of the money from the limited, put it into POOKY, because the returns that I'm making on POOKY are just like silly good. We're spending 2 minutes each game week, and we're winning about £20. And when you compare that to, say, spending, all the time that we spend, or that you might spend on putting your lineups together on POOKY, on Sorare, and then a DMP can cost it as well, versus the return you get, it's like, well, we need to put more into POOKY, and I'm having a lot more fun on POOKY. When I compare Sorare Limited to POOKY, it's like, I'm not enjoying Sorare Limited, but I am enjoying POOKY a lot. So yeah, we were trying to do that, but unfortunately we weren't really able to do enough. We were able to sell, I think it was like 5 or 6 cards. We made £7.78 from those sales. The plan was to try and get to £20, and then we could transfer it in, but I'll try and do that when Sorare fix the bug that's happening in the game. For now, I think that's it for today. For today's stream anyway, I'm back in the evening with a bit more Marvel Snap. Do you think POOKY will nerf rewards at all? They will. Yeah, they will. They absolutely will. Like, this is why I've made such a big deal on the stream today. And this is why the title of the stream is called, like, To POOKY and Beyond or whatever. And we spent so much time talking about it. And this is why I'm really stressing. I'm not kidding. This is why I'm really stressing. If you're not playing POOKY, you should be playing it now. You should be playing it now, because there's several reasons you should be playing it. Not only is it fun, not only is it like a game that's growing all the time, there's a really good team behind it, really good people behind it. not only does it help you with your Sorare game, because if you do research for these games on Pookie, the knowledge you can then transfer to your teams on Sorare and vice versa. So the two games go hand in hand. But what's really great about it is that you can win regularly and you can win so much on there for not very much effort, time, investment. And for sure, in the future, there's no way that that will continue. This is why you have to get on this now. It's almost like when Sorare were offering the $50, right? When they were offering $50 for hitting $25 for hitting 205 points in the threshold. $25 for hitting 205 points in the threshold. Now we're looking back at that and we're saying, oh my God, that was the golden time. That was the time where everyone should have been rinsing the threshold as much as they could, because we're never going to get it that good again. And at the moment on Pookie, you need to finish in the top 50%, the top 50 to win rewards. That in itself is super generous. I wouldn't expect it to be the top 50% long term, but because it's the top 50% now, you have to take advantage of it. Because in Sorare, you have to finish in the top 10%. On Pookie, you have to finish in the top 50% to win cash. And it's easy to do. It's stupidly easy to do. I'm showing you guys that I am just literally, I'm almost making a mockery of how to play the game. Because there's probably people out there playing it really seriously and taking the time to research games and stuff, which is kind of what we were doing. And then I'm just bowling over and saying, yeah, I think let's just put everything as 2-1. Let's put everything here on this league as like 3-2 or 4-3. We're smashing rewards like left, right, and center, and good rewards as well, like £20 here, £15 here, £10 here for 1-2 minutes of our time. So 100%, like this is the time to be playing it, because there's no guarantee it will ever continue like that. And I wouldn't expect it to. As the game grows, I think it will be harder and harder to be able to get away with winning like that, the way I'm doing, which is like 2-1 every game and you just clean up. So yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I think my aim now is to get 2 commons, 2 max level, and then ascend to a rare ball. Love it. This is exactly what we're trying to do. This is why we're trying to sell our limited cards now, Griff Dog, so that we can take that money out of Sorare, put it into Pookie, and then buy another common Pookie ball. Because then what I'm going to do with that common Pookie ball is I'm then going to have a total of 4 common Pookie balls, and I can ascend like 2 of them to then have 2 additional rares, right? So I love that plan. Absolutely. Try and get as many of the Pookie balls as you can. Try and get them to max levels. Try to ascend them. That is the plan. And then once you've got to a good level, then you can start to look at stickers. Another thing to keep in mind here is that we won 32.71 Matic or whatever it was from the weekend, right? The main reason why I won it was not because of the stickers that I have on the Pookie balls. The main reason was because of the Pookie ball itself. I've only got two stickers, right, on this Pookie ball that won us £20. And both of them do not help us at all at the moment. One of them's Colorado, so we're not getting a boost because that league's not happening. The other one is Brest, and there was no French games that we predicted on. There were no French games at all, actually. So, yeah, the stickers are useful, but I'd say that your main focus for anyone that's playing Pookie is get the higher level Pookie balls if you can afford them. If you can't afford them, don't worry. Pick up the common Pookie balls and then just use them like crazy to make predictions and grind out the level to 40, because the max level on a Pookie ball, a common one, is 40. So get it to level 40 as quick as you can, and then do the same for the second common Pookie ball, and then just combine them then to create the more expensive rare Pookie ball, which is then about 80, 90 pounds, right? And don't worry too much about the stickers. You can win stickers from me anyway each week by playing the Beat the Base, right? And you can just put the stickers on when you have a little bit of spare money from like the winnings that you get. But the main focus should be on getting your Pookie balls up to standard, getting them to high levels, and then trying to get higher scarcity, higher rarity Pokeballs as well. And then lump all your Pookie winnings into UC. I don't know about that. I do need to get a bit more into UC though. I am enjoying it, but yeah, I need to start playing it more with all the changes that they've made. Yeah. So yeah, guys, if there was anything you were going to take away from today's stream, is that, like, this is the message, right? This is the one thing I want to get home and drill home to everybody. If you are playing Pookie right now, then great. Don't be afraid to experiment. Don't be afraid to mix up your strategy and to try different things. There's no risk at all in trying different things on Pookie. If it doesn't work out for you, you don't lose anything. You just don't win any rewards for that game week and you can go again. So really don't be afraid to mix it up, to be a bit adventurous, to predict outside of your comfort zone. Don't be afraid to do what I'm doing, which you just put the same score in for every game. Give it a try. It's a load of fun and you'll actually really start to enjoy Pookie a lot more when you do that, because then when it comes off for you, it's going to feel like winning the lottery. If you're not playing Pookie right now, then stop sleeping on Pookie. I promise you, especially if you're just playing limited on Sorare, still continue to play limited on Sorare, right? Do it. Play Sorare. Definitely not saying to anyone, don't play Sorare, because I'm still playing Sorare and I will still continue to play Sorare because I love it. I think it's great. But if you're playing limited on Sorare and you are frustrated, maybe you've not won as much as what you'd hoped, you're frustrated maybe with the card values going down, the rewards that you do win don't seem to really give you enough return for what you're putting in, Pookie is at the moment the answer, because you can put significantly less time, money, energy, effort in and win almost like 10 times more. And I've been showing you how to do that today. So that's the message for today. If you've got the means to do so, do consider to start getting a bit more involved in Pookie. I love it, and I can't wait to see this year what's going to happen with Pookie, because there's lots in the pipeline. There's a ton coming, and the team are working really hard. And yeah, we're going to continue to cover it. I'm going to continue to show you cool ways and crazy, wacky ways to win crazy amounts of money each game week, which is what we've done this weekend and the past month or so. So yeah, don't sleep on it, guys. Honestly, I've been covering this game for 6 months. I know a lot of you regulars know about it by now. You play it. But if you're new on the channel and this is the first time you're hearing about this game, give it a try. It costs nothing to try it, completely free. And if you do see the potential of it, there's a huge amount of returns that you can get from it on your investment. And you don't even need to put a lot in. You can put £20 in, $20, and you can easily win that money back within a month, a few months, depending on how you do. It's really easy to do, and anybody can play it. So I think that's it for today. Let me just quickly read the last chat here. It's annoying that Matic has dropped and Common Balls is now back up to 30 Matic, because I've just nearly got up to 25 Matic in winnings. I know. I did actually see that when they've just refreshed the marketplace to show the new drop, because we were looking at the Pokeballs and they were what, 25? They were 25, weren't they? Yeah. They were 25 because they were about $20, but now they're 30 because it always takes the cost of the Matic. Yeah. I'm doing a home team wins experiment next game week in the Bundesliga. I think you're going to be cleaning up Twitch gaming, although we looked at a few games and there's a few tricky ones I wouldn't really trust for home, but that's why you should do it. That's why you should do it, right? Because you want to be backing the home team when they're not the favorite. Exactly what we done in the Italian league. Honestly, I should frame this. I probably shouldn't. Probably framing is a little bit overkill. I'm just so freaking delighted that I said, I basically mapped out the whole strategy of what we were trying to do last weekend, or the weekend just gone, on Pookie. And I mapped it out to the point where I said that for the Italian league, a madman would put 3-2 here for every single game, because it's not going to be 3-2, and 3-2 is such a rare scoreline. It doesn't happen very often, even in the MLS games, right, where there's loads of goals. In the Serie A, it doesn't really happen at all. What I sort of said was that we just need to get one exact score. If we get one exact score with this kind of like wild prediction, then we will win massive. And that's exactly what happened. We got just one exact score, this one here, which I'm super delighted with, because I could have easily just done like a 3-2 at home, which is kind of what I was doing for a lot of them. But I thought 3-2 for Monza seems a bit more realistic, even if it is a wild prediction. And it just, we nailed it. And half of our total points for the game week came from this game alone. And we won £20, and we still got a ton of games absolutely wrong. It's just so good. I can't talk about it enough in a positive way. And I think I'm so positive about it because I put so much in on the Sorare side, on the limited, and almost come away with nothing too often. In the rare, it's different. In the rare, we get good returns, right? But in limited, which is where we're kind of comparing the two, right? On the limited side, I feel like I put sometimes 99% into Sorare, and we get like, we're lucky if we get 1% back out. Whereas with like Pookie, it's the other way round. It's like reversed. I'm putting like 1% into Pookie right now, and we're getting 99% back. It's bonkers, and you should be taking advantage of it too. I want you guys to be getting the benefit of this. It's all very well seeing me do it. I want you guys to enjoy it too and get these rewards, because if I can do it and I'm doing it with no research, no knowledge, I have knowledge, but I'm not applying the knowledge, and we're not spending any time really doing it, and we are literally cleaning up, then I want you guys to do it too. I want you guys to be winning a lot on Pookie, because you can and you should be doing it if you can. All right, that's it for today's day stream. I'm back in the evening for a little bit of a Marvel Snap. So if you fancy watching me get my arse kicked on Marvel Snap, technically not, because I'm actually really good on Marvel Snap now, and I've got loads more cards. So we're going to be doing a bit of we're going to try and unlock a new card tonight, and we're going to be having a big push, I think, to try and get some big rewards on there. So if you fancy that tonight, come and jump on from 8 p.m. UK time. Big thank you to everyone for today. I massively appreciate the support. So thank you for your time. And yeah, if I don't see you tonight, I'll be back on tomorrow at 12 p.m. usual time for another Sorare stream, and obviously Pookie as well. So yeah, thank you so much, guys. And I'll catch you on the next one.